His Angelic Keeper by Melinda Kusira. Dedication. O guardian most dear, I'm lost and full of fear. My past's gone, leaving me in tears. Help me find a way back there to the ones I hold dear. O guardian most dear, make all things clear. O guardian most dear. Traditional share and prayer. Not your usual greeting. Hi readers. Welcome to the Angel's unofficial guide to the Cursebreaker series. I mean His Angelic Keeper, the first book in my breakout series. It takes place after Cursebreaker, Enchanted, and I also appear in other Cursebreaker books. But His Angelic Keeper tells my side of the story. Instead of your usual greeter, my nephew, you got me, his auntie, because I haven't met my nephew yet. How could I not know my nephew? Well, medical care doesn't exist in Shiari for anyone who's not wealthy, and even then, most remedies will kill you. We haven't discovered germs yet. So, I died before the first book in the Cursebreaker series. But you already guessed that. Since we're all friends here, you can just call me. Well, now that's embarrassing. The story hasn't even begun yet, and I've already forgotten my name. How strange. Well, I had a name just a moment ago. I'm sure it'll come back to me. Wait a minute, what's all this gray stuff? It's oozing all over the paper I'm writing on, and eating it? Now it's devouring the table too, and are those proboscises? You know those long flexible trunks elephants have. What are those things feeling around for? Oh shades and blades, it's tearing through the wall. And now it's not. A fog bank just rolled over it, and those proboscises vanished. Don't run away. There's something I must tell you, something important. But look at your hands. They've gone all translucent and smoky. Don't panic. We're fading into the gray fog, subsuming everything. It doesn't hurt, so we must survive this, right? I don't remember why I must speak to you. The reason disappeared with my name and the room when the fog took us. Are you still there? Call out if you hear me. All right, I guess you're back where you belong, safe in your favorite reading nook while the fog carries me to the beginning of my tale. I hope you enjoy His Angelic Keeper. It's my first stab at the whole main character thing, and I do mean stab. Hang onto your halo, this'll be a bumpy ride through some odd corners of the afterlife. Your hero for this tale, name currently unknown. Chapter 1. Snacked on by a memory-eating mist. Parts of this tale takes place during Cursebreaker, Enchanted. Where am I? Everything was gray and blurry. She blinked to clear her eyes, but the grayness refused to go away. Where was I before I arrived here? When she tried to remember, she found nothing. Something had scoured her mind clean of everything except that one conviction. I was somewhere else in the middle of doing something important, before I ended up here. That wrenching feeling of displacement was so visceral, she couldn't deny it. But it gave her some mental ground to build on. So she clung to that scrap of information and searched for more. This fog can't have completely erased my mind, if I have even a vague sense of what I was doing before I woke up here. She smiled, already feeling a little more in control of things. First things first, she must find who or what stole her memories, and if that person, place, or thing could still take them. Her grin faltered as that gray nothingness wrapped its colloidal tentacles around her, and her newly formed plan disintegrated. Oh no, you don't. She tried to hold on to the fragments of her plan, but they slipped away word by word, dissolving into that grayness until she was a listless husk twisting in that all-encompassing fog again. An unknown amount of time later, whispers vibrated her foggy prison as she came back to herself. Was it a cocoon? If it was, then it wasn't made from anything she could touch or feel. How strange. I should be freaked out by this, but I'm not. Why aren't I? She just felt empty, as if the fog had sucked the ability to feel anything right out of her. At least she could still think. This place is trying to make me apathetic, so I'll be a good prisoner and wallow away the years in my bland cell. Yeah, that's not happening. She tried to remember something as the fog rolled in endless waves through her mind, wiping away each attempt to remember anything at all. But she refused to give up. Someone didn't want her to remember. I must know something important. How can I figure out what, without tipping off the gray thing encasing me? Now that was a muddle. Could it sense her thoughts? Probably. How else could it know she'd recalled something? But she didn't know that for certain. The fog could have wiped my mind 1,000 times since I arrived here. I have only a vague sense of purpose to go on. And that too might be wrong. She drifted then, floating in the gray sea of forgetfulness until whispers disturbed the quiet again. They grew louder and less intelligible as the grayness under her rippled like disturbed water. Was there water under there? As the word water repeated in her head, a memory stirred. But the gray fog vacuumed it up before it could rise to the level of conscious thought. The water here was important. Her nemesis couldn't erase that fact. The word had left an indelible mark on her psyche, or a well-trod path from countless memories she couldn't yet retrieve. She suppressed a smile and blanked her mind before the fog sensed the change in her and closed in to kill it. I remember nothing. I am nothing. She let that grayness pass over her, and its foggy tentacles stayed out of her mind. The fog flowed sluggishly by, as if it had eaten too much, and was considering whether it had room for more. Or was that just wishful thinking? My memories couldn't have filled it up. The fog was vast. Unless she was inside the belly of a beast, but that seemed too strange a scenario to contemplate. All the truly enormous magical beasts were long extinct. Her gut confirmed that, and she didn't need her memories to back up that certainty. No, she wasn't inside anything except a bizarre prison, and prisons had walls to scale and locked doors she could pick. If she could find her way past this gray menace. Did the fog seem vast because it was all she saw? How far away was that horizon? This misty plain seemed to stretch on forever in all directions without end or relief. But nothing was that large. The fog could be an exotic creature, or one could be generating it like a defense mechanism. Given its memory-stealing properties, that made sense. It might even fear me. She laughed at the idea of anything fearing her. Still, the idea had some merit. Everyone feared something. Maybe I'm more fearsome than I feel. That voice called again in no language she could understand, but the ground didn't react this time. Even when the call grew fainter, her gut still urged her to hide, and that didn't make any sense at all. If someone's sharing this bizarre experience, I should find them and compare notes. Maybe they'd know how they got here, or better yet, how to escape. But her gut refused to unclench. It held her down under the fog and kept her quiet. Not everyone here might be friendly. She'd forgotten too much. How can I tell who's a friend and who's the foe who tossed me in here? The voice continued to call while its owner moved further away. She still couldn't tell what this person was shouting, or if the voice was the same one as before. It might not be. There could be a whole enclave hidden in this gray stuff, and that memory-stealing fog might protect their home. Would they help me if I made myself known to them? Probably not. You don't shroud your home in forgetfulness, unless you want to discourage visitors. Alright, new plan, avoid those searchers. That should be easy enough, but following them in this fog might not be. Chapter 2. Avoiding searchers. Just having a goal focused her, and she stopped drifting through the fog. There still wasn't a physical ground to stand on, not since the first voice had called out, and it had fallen curiously silent some time ago. But she had a firm mental ground, and from there she could claw her way back to herself and get some much-needed answers, or so she thought. Another voice called into the gray nothingness, confirming the other hadn't been a hallucination. It had a deeper timbre than the first. But like that original hail, it sent shivers through the fog. Was the voice changing the fog? Was this place mutable? Could she reshape it into something less drab and more scenic? I must test that theory after I dodge this searcher somehow. His voice grew louder, disturbing the fog, but its turbulence didn't reveal anything. That fog still enveloped her, hiding what lay under it, and anything else moving through it. He called out again, but his words were still unintelligible. Damn, he could be calling out directions to the nearest exit, but I can't make it out. Or he could be calling my name. She froze, lost in the fog, and to herself as one question beat in her brain: who am I? No name came to mind, but now wasn't the time to worry about names or identities. You've got a searcher to avoid. Worry about that. Before she could wonder where that searcher was, a second voice joined the first. That couldn't be good, but she still couldn't see anything except the fog. Two searchers meant there was something to find, and a dwindling time limit to find it. This place must have more than fog if there were two, now three, people scouring it for something or someone. They might be searching for me. She froze as three voices stirred the fog, and it churned like white water over rocks. Before she could trace them, those voices faded into silence again. There must be more to this gray place. Those searchers had to come from somewhere. I just need to find their lair. She tried to kick her feet, but nothing happened, nor could she even feel her extremities. But they had to be there, right? Don't panic. Just take it one step at a time and you'll get there, he whispered, but he was an echo of a memory. With his voice came a hint of green, more sense than seen because all was gray from the clouded sky above to the fog shrouding everything below. Or it was until a green light kindled. Its glow spread through the fog, bouncing from droplet to suspended droplet, refracting that tiny light. Its glow reminded her of a boy she'd known. In his eyes that same green spark had danced and delight lit her up. She'd remembered something and she wanted to shout, "Show me some magic." But she pressed her lips together, sealing them. If she called out, she'd give those searches a fix on her, and she didn't want to give away her location just yet. Their voices were moving away from that green glow. Maybe they couldn't see it. It might glow just for her. Show me some magic. The thought kept repeating in her mind until a small hand shot out of the fog. A child's hand reached for her. But she couldn't endanger the owner of that hand, not when she didn't know where those searchers were or what they wanted. She patted his hand but didn't take it. Thank you, but I got into this mess, and I'll get out of it. A green glow curled around his fading hand, and the nameless boy's offer of help. She tensed, ready to battle the fog for this tiny bit she'd recaptured of her past. But the grayness didn't swamp her or try to take that scrap of memory away, and she held it close to her heart, cherishing it. How many more pieces would it take to make her whole again? Too many, so she regarded the fog swirling around her, expecting at any moment it would swamp her. But it didn't. Maybe it had eaten too many of her memories during her stay here, and had no room for more. I hope you choke on my memories. She'd have shaken her fist at it if she'd had one, but she was a bodiless ghost without form. All she had left were her thoughts, and she guarded those. The sudden silence startled her. What had happened to those searchers? No echoes disturbed the fog now. It lay as still as a sleeping child with a full belly. Had the fog feasted on the searchers' memories too? If it had, then they might have forgotten who they were searching for. Could she use that to her advantage? Probably, but how could she confirm that was what had happened? She regarded the fog. It was eye level now. Are you too full to eat anymore? That last thought she directed at her foggy prison, and it drew back as if insulted, creating a space around her head. I will beat you. I think I did once before. That's what you don't want me to remember, how I bested you, so I can't do it again. But I will remember, just you wait and see. The more threats she hurled at it, the more the fog backed away, revealing the tops of her bony shoulders. A gray dress covered them. Oh good, I'm not naked. Relief swamped her. Nudity would have ratcheted this situation up to another level of weird, one she didn't feel equal to just now. But she seemed to be sensibly clothed, so she raised her hand to rub her temples, but no fingers touched her face. She tried again but nothing happened, not good. Either my eyes aren't working properly or my hand disappeared. She bit back a scream at that horrid revelation. If she was stuck as an apparition for all time, could she at least be an intact specter? Chapter 3. Missing Pieces. Don't panic. Your hand must be here somewhere. This gray stuff is just messing with your head. She pushed all thoughts to the contrary aside before they could make her crazy. My hand was here before, and there was that troublesome word again, before. Before I was here, I was somewhere else doing something else. At least she hoped so, because here was quite boring unless one liked gray smears. She stared at the retreating fog. I hope I gave you the worst case of indigestion you've ever had. Maybe it hurt her because the fog fled like it had an urgent need to be elsewhere, but its retreat was herky-jerky as it abandoned all attempts to flow. In flight, it looked more like a herd of misty half-formed beasts. Though they could also be insects, considering the way they trampled each other. The horde moved so fast they blurred together into one indistinct mass, making her doubt what she'd seen. If they get sick on my memories, will they give them back? Do I want them back after that? Just the thought of her memories funneling through the digestive tract of a bunch of strange creatures nauseated her. Perhaps she'd taken that eating metaphor a bit too far. Whatever those creatures were, they had to survive on more than just memories. A quick downward check relieved her of one worry: she had a body of sorts. It was blurry and parts of it smoked, but all the important bits were present, and they now responded to her commands. All except her eyes, which just showed her a flat gray plane under an equally gray dome of thunderheads. She rubbed her eyes, but that didn't improve the view. Maybe there's something wrong with my eyes? Questions about before distracted her. They crept in, bringing with them a tumult of impressions: creaking floorboards, cold fingers clasping hers, a baby's thin wail. Whose baby? Did I have a baby? She hugged herself. Her gut said no as more fragments of the past flooded her. She reached for those tattered memories and the names she'd forgotten. I must regain as much of myself as I can before those memory-eating creatures return, or those searchers find me. When the ground under her opened wide, she dropped through the hole, ignoring the gray dust sifting onto her head. Maybe this was how she got her memory back in the past. Down that hole might be a cache of them, stored away for just this eventuality. Who knew? But if that was the case, then why was she shrinking as she plummeted? She went from girl-sized to kitten-sized to insect size in a few blinks of an eye. The hole tunneled through the grayness, darkening as she fell, until darkness obscured everything. It lightened a little as she landed, light as a feather, on a little girl's shoulder, and became tangled in her unwashed hair. You. She struggled but couldn't get free as a huge hand rushed toward her. Oh my God. The impertinent little girl flicked her, mistaking her for an insect. As if. Why was nothing ever easy? She tried to dodge, but she was a ghost caught in the little girl's hair, and that damned girl's finger rushed toward her. Not again. She braced for impact. This will hurt. But her bottom could take the impact, so she tucked in as tight as she could to protect her fragile head. When the little girl's finger touched her, they merged. Her time as a spectral amnesiac was up, and none too soon. Not having a name to call her own was annoying. Chapter 4. Accidental Possession. Feet thudded on creaking planks somewhere nearby. The little girl, and her ghostly passenger, hunkered down in the dark and buried their face in a bony shoulder. Thin arms wrapped around them while a heart beat like a trapped bird under their ear. He smelled like sweat and leather and grass. Mine, something inside them said, all mine, and the duality ceased. The nameless ghost girl took over the little girl's body, filling it with her spirit. They were one entity now, and they had a name. But it floated just out of reach, tantalizing them. A heart beat too loudly in their ears, and not loud enough to drown out the splashing sounds. Their nose wrinkled in disgust at the scent of urine. This isn't your personal latrine, Rake, thought her, the nameless ghost. The girl whose body she'd borrowed had disappeared, leaving this body in her control, and it felt right, like it had been hers in life too. That was something to ponder later, not while trouble lurked nearby. Her snarky attitude had more than once earned her a slap or two. Things rustled in the next room. The Rake was searching for freebies or something to sell. Good luck with that. This flat had nothing to recommend it unless one liked stinky garbage, a leaky roof, or piles of junk. Finally, the Rake realized there was nothing to steal, and his footsteps took him away from here. The floorboards creaked, then a door slammed as the stranger left. They were safe, and she hugged the boy in her arms until his ribs creaked and light shafted into their safe place. The setting sun ran golden fingers over his sharp features, caressing the mirror image of her face. How had she known that? She couldn't unless this had already happened. I'm remembering this. He was the same age as her, of course, since he was her twin brother, younger than her by a minute or so she'd been told. But that minute had made them so very different in temperament, and yet so alike in looks. Hey, wait till you're both teenagers. You two won't look so identical then, the neighborhood witch had been fond of saying. But we weren't identical, not then when we were kids. And something inside her had always railed at that, because they should have been. That conviction was still diamond hard and boring into her heart. The memory changed, reacting to her correction. The golden brown faded from his eyes as they brightened and turned green, like the sun shining through a pane of green glass as his magic surged to the fore. Is this my memory? How can it be if it changes depending on my will? She scooted back out of the protective circle of his arms, unnerved by this alteration in him. The magic only came on him like this, when they were in danger. Run, he said, his green eyes desperate. A child's worst fear pushed at her and her small borrowed hands shook. Because that was what they were, children of about 6 or 7. Damn it. She felt that gray place coming for her. It wanted to dine on her regained memories again. Just let it try. She'd fight to keep this scrap of her past. Later she could figure out what its return meant, and what had happened to her twin. I can't hold them off anymore. Don't let them find you. Go now while you can. He pushed her with shaking hands. If this was a memory, how could he know about that evil fog? It was part of her present, not her past. What are you talking about? Don't let who find me. What's going on? She gasped as the sunlight stopped sliding down the whitewashed wall behind him, and the entire scene wobbled and blurred. A gray proboscis ripped through the stone wall, shredding it like paper. She glanced at her brother, but he was turning his transparent hands over and over as he faded. She doubled over and shattered into 1,000 pieces. Some attractive force pulled those pieces together, forming two beings. The little girl she'd accidentally possessed lay coughing on the ground as if she'd never stop. She gave her, the nameless ghost girl who floated over her, a hateful look. I deserve that. Still nameless, she, the ghost, pushed to her transparent feet as the coughing girl and the patch of sunlight sliding over the wall vanished. I'm sorry. I'll keep trying to help you, said that same boy from before. She searched for him, but he had disappeared into a puff of green smoke. Everything was fading to that gray, memory-stealing fog generated by those wrinkly quadrupeds she'd glimpsed earlier. It spewed from their probing trunks as she spun on her heel and ran. She slipped and slid on the dust shifting under her feet, and she likely kicked up plumes of it to mark her lack of progress. There was nowhere to run. A vast desolate plain extended in all directions without landmarks or relief. Behind her, a horde of smoking beasts charged, their proboscises tasting the air for her as they ran. Oh, come on. All this because I remembered, I have a brother? Why was that so important? There was nothing for it except to run, so she did. But they were gaining on her, and she was tiring. Each step took more out of her as the dust rose, and the wind pelted it at her. Stop, a man shouted. Why? She rubbed dust from her tearing eyes to look for him, but not fast enough. Strong arms wrapped around her, slamming her against a hard body. Then she was flying and squinting into the wind, tearing at her clothes. Correction, he was flying, and his huge wings, which were each as long as he was tall, were kicking up the mother of all dust storms. She spat to clear her mouth. Her throat was so dry, swallowing was difficult, so was talking, but she needed answers. Who are you? Not important. Yeah, right. Who are they? She pointed at the beasts vanishing into the fog. They had large ears and wrinkly bodies, and they were as gray as everything else here, just many shades darker than the fog they exhaled. Also, not important. He kept his eyes fixed on the sky. Okay, Mr. Unhelpful, who am I? When he finally looked at her, his violet eyes glowed so brightly, she had to look away or risk going blind. You're a ghost. He said that like it was a curse. Maybe it was. Oh. Is oh all you have to say? After what I've been through, it's not all that shocking. She shrugged. Hearing that said aloud sparked nothing except a mild irritation. Part of me must have known about the whole ghost thing. But not her name, which was far more important, and that raised a lot of unanswered questions. Like why he won't tell me my name, or what manner of creature has supersized dove wings and a golden halo. Could she trust him or anything he said? A horde of memory-eating beasts milled around the dusty plain below, since their favorite snack was out of reach. But that didn't stop a dozen of them from patting the air over their heads with their gray trunks, in search of her. She shuddered. Where are you taking me? She leaned away to put some space between them. It's not like I can die a second time if he drops me, right? Mr. Bad Attitude ran roughshod over her question by shouting a barrage of his own, but he loosened his grip a little, giving her a fuller range of motion while he ranted. Why didn't you come when I called? Do you have any idea how long I've been searching for you? Quite a while, judging by his frustrated tone. Though it was hard to tell with his gold halo shining so brightly, she couldn't see his face. Was that by design? It must be. I know he's hiding something. Otherwise, he'd answer my questions. I'm not your pet. I don't have to come when called. I don't even know you. Nor did she want to. He hadn't pinned her arms. Maybe he thought his white and purple robes protected a certain part of his anatomy. Or maybe he didn't think a child-sized ghost would go after that. I've been here for a long time. I don't remember any of it, but my muscles do. And they tensed, ready for an attack, so she went with it. While he rattled off complaints, she slammed her fist into his gut, and her knee between his legs. His wings burst into flames as he screamed and clawed at his reddening skin. She fell, and a winged horror dove after her. I think I made things worse. But her situation was about to get even worse. Chapter 5. Wings and Flaming Things. Ouch. She landed in the dust as the memory-eating beasts raised their trunks above the fog. They sniffed the air, discovered she was no longer airborne, and trumpeted a rallying call. Uh-oh, my memories are back on the menu. Great, now what do I do? Running was all that came to mind, so she fled. A shadow passed over her, and she choked on the sulphurous stink of brimstone. What the hell is going on? She wafted the smoke away from her. If she keeled over in this place, who knew where she'd end up? Probably not somewhere nice. Not that this place was pleasant, but it was familiar. She wasn't keen on visiting anywhere else until she'd figured out some basic facts like what this place was, why she was here, and what her damned name was. But those beasts probably wouldn't answer her questions. Smoke enveloped her, and she hit the ground just in time. Claws grazed her back as that winged terror tried to nab her again, but the ground had become strangely soft. Oh no, she was sinking through the loose dust into the shaking ground as those memory eaters rushed toward her. Each thunderous step they took only encouraged the dust to suck her down into the ground. Darkness took her. It was a relief from all the gray in this cheerless place and the flying man with flaming wings. What is he? Why is he after me? What the hell did I do to him? She didn't know because this place had stolen all her memories. I need to get them back. Pinpricks of white spangled the darkness encasing her as she tried to figure out how to get a creature who stole memories to return them. No ideas sprang to mind as a pale shape flirted with the darkness pressing down on her. Nor could she move. She squinted at that white shape, and the white blur became a billowing curtain. I guess I'm not in that gray place anymore. Did that mean her situation had improved? Only time would tell, but she hoped so. The curtain was dingy and torn in places, but it still danced when the wind filled it. The curtain wanted to fly free, but a set of rusting rings anchored it to a rod, just as some force anchored her to something heavy. With great effort, she lifted her hand and stared at it. It was the same hand that had swatted her. She recognized the crescent-shaped scar at the base of the thumb. Did I possess that same little girl again? That seemed to be the case. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to take you over. But the girl whose body she'd accidentally borrowed had either fled or was unconscious. I need a name. A scratchy blanket weighed her down as she lay on an uncomfortable pallet. Should she try to leave this body? It was weak and sick. As she pondered that, a child-sized shadow slipped through the window and distracted her from her predicament. He leapt soundlessly onto a heap of junk despite the full sack slung over his shoulder. My brother, the hoarder. She shook her head. But the thought felt like it had come from somewhere else. Maybe the girl she'd possessed was still aware enough to put thoughts into their shared mind. She must have made a sound because the boy froze with his hand poised to reach into the bag for more pieces of other people's lives. He cast his green eyes away from her. What did you bring this time? Asked the girl she'd possessed. That girl was quite cross with her brother because whatever he'd found would end up in a pile, after his curiosity had exhausted itself. An insatiable need to probe the world and dig through its parts for the truth drove him, and he often found what he sought. That insight had come from the body she'd possessed, and she didn't know what to do with it. Her borrowed throat constricted, shortening each breath. Breathe, damn you! She raged at the girl's weakening body as a low moan escaped their lips. In a blink he appeared beside them, moving so fast he blurred. He squeezed her hand as her breath hitched. His hand grayed out and his small shoulders slumped, but he held tight despite the drain. The constriction eased just a little, letting a sip of air through, giving her another minute. It wasn't fair. The stronger he got, the sicker this body became, and vice versa. He and the girl she'd possessed were locked in a life or death struggle, only one of them could win. Or so that girl had thought. Who were they? The answer was important, but that damned gray place had taken it away. Maybe the girl and I are the same person. That would explain why her body fit perfectly on her ghostly frame, and why she couldn't leave it. Maybe this is how I died. Because she was strangely certain she was dead. A vial rolled down their chest as they struggled to breathe. That girl must have drunk it because there was a foul taste in their mouth, like moldy cheese and maggots blended until slimy and smooth. At least, that was how the girl imagined the neighborhood witch had created that concoction. It's called Demon's Bane, the girl claimed, and there was a hint of lavender to make it smell a little less revolting. But it needed a touch of magic. But my dear brother has that in spades. The sickly girl prattled on about that in their shared mind. And the more that girl thought about the potion, the more they merged together, until the girl and the ghost were one entity. All memories of that gray place vanished from their minds. Only now was important. Tears streaked his face, which everyone said was so like her own. She wiped a glowing tear from his cheek and watched the tiny light floating in it die on her palm. Where she touched his face, gray lines appeared, then vanished in a flash of green. She tried to free her hand. If he held on too long, he'd have a seizure. And I love him too much to let him. But he didn't care. He never had. If it gave her one more moment of life, he'd do it and ignore the consequences. But she couldn't let him, not when she experienced no negative side effects when she reversed the flow. He stared at her, stunned by her rejection, and words jammed in his throat. She smiled to let him know it was okay. That cold pressure was back, and it pushed against her throat. But it couldn't steal the green from his eyes now, because they weren't touching. He tried to take her hand again to ease her suffering, but she shoved her hand under the blanket. As his confusion mounted, a tiny flame bobbed in his eyes, then he fumbled for something in his overstuffed pockets. That same fire burned in their mother's eyes, or it had before drugs had snuffed it out. I didn't inherit that. But she didn't care anymore about that injustice. With shaking hands, he tipped a jar and spilled half its contents on her. Fumes wafted up into her nose, loosening the constriction she hadn't even noticed in her chest. It smelled like one of the witch's concoctions. Oh dear brother, what have you done? And what had the witch tricked them into doing? His eyes glowed brighter now, and its green glow consumed both irises. Oh no, he sat too close. He'd inhaled the fumes, restoring her breathing. You dolt. Magic and drugs don't mix. You've seen what happens to our mother. But the words wouldn't come. Her tongue was swollen inside her mouth, but her throat was opening, and air, sweet air, was flooding in with those medicinal fumes. They reeked strongly of menthol and peppermint. Ick. But they soothed her with every indrawn breath. She tried to push him away, but her arm refused to obey her. He caught her hand, but this time there was no draw, no pull of magic, no graying of his eyes or skin. Magic climbed out of his eyes. It was a thing of emerald fire, unsteady as a kitten with a comet's tail. More light and more magic flowed out of her brother's eyes, adding to the creature patting down his bony chest. Deep breath in, deep breath out, don't freak out about the magic thing taking a stroll down your brother's body. But she was freaking out. He would do anything she asked without question or hesitation, as if he were an extension of her will. So his magic must behave the same way since it came from within him, right? He's not an extension of my will. He's my twin brother Sarn. No, not Sarn. Sarn was a nickname he liked. Mom was into that, before she discovered the white powder. Its promise of escape and the crash afterward had pushed Mama to seek that next hit, as if her life depended on it because it had. The smell of sweat and old leather finally penetrated the medicinal reek, and a baby chose that moment to cry, startling the magic approaching her. Its body oscillated between a kitten made of green fire and a lightning bolt, until it receded into a point in her brother's eyes. Whose baby? She tried to ask, but the answer hit her before she uttered a sound. My other brother Murrin. He's not a whole brother, just a half because he had a different father. If only I could remember my name. But the edges of her vision were growing fuzzy, even though her mind had never been clearer. "Fly free," Sarn said as glowing tears rolled down his face. Didn't he see she was improving? Life was flowing back into her limbs. Soon, she'd be up and about again. "Why are you crying? Why can't I speak?" Because she was turning into a ghost again. "Fly free, Sovan." He kissed her forehead. "Sovan, that's who I am." Mom had a thing for rhyming names. But what was his real name? Not Sarn. That much she was certain of. "Look out," she tried to shout as a shadow appeared behind him. A bony hand reached for him, her twin. "Oh no, you don't." Sovan kicked out, but nothing happened. The blanket didn't even rustle. Something shot out of the shadow man's hand. It struck her in the chest, and an invisible cord knotted around her neck, choking her. As Sovan pawed at it with weakening hands, her eyes bulged. Why doesn't he break it? Because Sarn couldn't see it. He doesn't know I'm dying. More tears gathered in his eyes. They were as green as grass in the sunshine as they rolled back, and a fit took him. He convulsed violently, dropping the cloth from his hand. As the shadow pounced, its jaws stretched wide to devour him, and the room faded away. Chapter 6. Out of body again. A sudden jerk catapulted Sovan from her body. "Not yet, don't take me away yet." She sailed toward the glassless window, still grasping after the life she hadn't wanted to leave. But death had her in its cold, hard grip, and it dragged her away despite her struggling. The curtain slid through her translucent fingers, no matter how hard she gripped it. Too soon she reached the end, then death yanked that away from her too. Airborne now, she watched that curtained window dwindle until it was indistinguishable from the towers. They shrunk as she rose higher and higher into a black sky. A shadow ate the moon, deepening the night, until it was too dark to make out the river Nerthal, or use it to orient herself. But no darkness could hide the enchanted forests surrounding the valley. Their invisible eyes watched the city below them, but none spared her so much as a glance. "Can you see my brother? Can you help him?" They didn't answer in words. The enchanted forest was quasi-intelligent, not talkative. But their crowns shimmered for a moment, then darkened again. "I'll take that as a yes." Because she must, or she'd go mad with worry. Someone had to help Sarn. Why not an army of supersized weeds? But who'll save me? She rocketed toward the distant stars, screaming for her brother and for help that wouldn't come because this had already happened. That realization punched Sovan in the chest. This was just a memory she'd regained, and she'd have to fight to keep it, so she'd better make the most of it before she ended up back in that gray place again. Concentrate. Act like the guardians of Shiari in your brother's favorite tales. They would observe everything around them. So she'd do that too. She already knew she'd need every bit of information she could glean. Plan firmly in mind, Sovan put her back to those distant stars and searched for what was towing her and why. Something flew above her, but she trailed too far behind it to make out much about it, other than its shape. City living had left her a little fuzzy on types of birds, but that thing didn't look like a pigeon. It was too large to be one. A bolt shot through her chest and pain ripped her apart. It came from below, the one direction she hadn't expected an attack to come from. White flames engulfed her, then looped back in on themselves, weaving a box chain better than her one attempt at a friendship bracelet. That initial jolt faded to a dull ache as links connected to links, growing that chain from the flaming ring encircling her heart until the end dwindled from view. That chain was made of magic. All light not from a celestial body was. Since Sovan had no magic, she hadn't made it. So who had and why? Where was its other end? Back with my brother, I hope. No one can separate us, not by magic, not by whatever this is. We're twins. We belong together, back to back, to face whatever the future throws at us. They were supposed to ride off into the sunset and have adventures, he the mage with magic sparking from his fingers, and she the warrior princess bristling with all the weapons she'd mastered. But that dream was dead now. That witch duped us. I must tell him. Because Sarn didn't know. Sovan had never told her brother about her conversations with the neighborhood witch. They were all coming back now, every damned word she'd said to that traitorous woman. Half blinded by tears, Sovan kicked and fought the thing towing her away from her brother, and the shadow that wanted to eat him. The bird thing transformed into a person-sized tongue of flame with smoking wings. They beat the air, giving the strange creature altitude, so he could take her away from her only family and all that mattered. No. Sovan struggled and strength flooded her from her twin. It was tinged green with his essence. Thank you, Sarn. Sovan slammed to a halt. Her arm ached as the fiery thing pulled, and the chain attached to her heart tugged back. She'd reached the end of her new tether. This is the end of the line. Whatever sent me to that gray place happened right here, right now. Thoughts of that other place fractured reality for a moment, and she was in both places again, torn between two supernatural entities. Make that 3. The shadow eating the moon divided and part of it dropped away, leaving behind a tear in the star-spangled sky. It hurtled toward the fiery person kidnapping her. I have no luck, Sovan thought as the dual viewpoints collapsed again, severing that connection to her other self. At least that version wasn't nameless anymore. Nor was that other her a future version of her, because Sovan had no future. She was a ghost, or so that winged guy had said before he'd burst into flames and she'd accidentally repossessed her body for a short time. That tear in the sky's fabric flapped in the chilly wind, pulling her kicking and screaming into a hungry gray maw. Behind her, the black thing morphed into a bird and collided with the fiery flying man in a shower of sparks. Then everything was gray, without end or relief as that fog surrounded her. Why did I have to end up back here again? Chapter 7. Back in the gray habit. Sovan blinked and dust scratched her eyes. She closed them so her tears could flush out the irritants. What the hell did I just see? Did I just watch myself die? Her head throbbed. It was a hoarder's house stuffed to the rafters with no order to any of the stuff crammed inside. She laughed at that mental picture. Her brother had always insisted he knew where every piece of junk he brought home was. More than once she'd made him prove it. How she missed those days. I think I was better off when it was just me and the fog, and I had no concept of myself, my past, or anything else. Now I have a brother to save, an exit I still need to find, a plot to unravel, and some seriously weird supernatural baddies to avoid. But she did know, and that overstuffed head of hers was prodding her to move. Sovan clawed at the dust covering her, desperate to reach the surface even if it was a flat plain of gray sand and memory-eating beasts. Anything was better than spending an eternity buried in dust and questions. But no matter how fast she dug, she couldn't avoid that nagging need to know. What was in that vial? What was that shadowy thing, and why was it after her brother? Likely it had wanted his magic, but why now? Sarn couldn't do much with it except make rocks glow. True, his green eyes promised a powerful gift, but he didn't have access to it yet. Who knew when he would? I don't remember Mama ever doing anything remotely magical. But her eyes had been a green so light, they were almost gray. Sovan shook her head. That was a bizarre coincidence, not some portent suddenly visible in hindsight, and she kept telling herself that as the hole she was shimmying up flexed. Sovan paused, certain she'd imagined the dusty cavity tightening its hold. The walls aren't caving in. I must get out of this hole before I lose my mind. But she hadn't imagined that contraction. When it rippled through the sand a second time, she screamed. Sometime later the ground spat her out, and Sovan bounced a few times before coming to a rest spread-eagled on the ground. I made it. Thank fate. While she dusted herself off, Sovan scanned her bland surroundings, alert for trouble. Gone were the memory eaters and the flame-winged guy with a sunburn. But there still wasn't anywhere to go. Damn it. Where was the exit? At least now she knew what an exit looked like, a tear in the sky, which shouldn't be that hard to find. There couldn't be that many of them, or the sky would fall. Sovan squinted up at the gray sky. It looked a little foggy up there. Maybe there were memory-stealing birds too. Sovan shook her head at such a preposterous notion, but really, who knew what was possible here? Those beasts could have transformed into birds while I was gone, or grown wings. That would explain the black dots circling the plane. They must be searching for her. Everything else she'd run across had sprouted a pair of wings. Why not those wrinkly memory-eating creatures too? Sovan glanced over her shoulder to see if she'd earned a set, but no wings graced her back. Damn well they might still show up. Those black dots were heading away, so they hadn't seen nor sensed her yet. But they would when they swung around for another pass, because there was nowhere to hide. Not even on the lee side of a dune, because there weren't any. The silence oppressed Sovan, and she hugged herself as sections of the sandy plain darkened, and those patches lumped together to form, well, she had no idea what those twisted heaps were. Had this place been waiting for her to give it a reason to reshape itself? Or did I wake up in a different part of this gray plain? Black lines extruded from the shifting sand, and they twisted, giving the flat vista depth and sharp edges. They poked and prodded the lowering sky, and her body too. Sovan slapped away a vine. Are those tree branches? Why am I in a forest? Indeed, as she stood there, the gnarled trees closed in on her, leaving little space to pass between their waist-thick trunks. The trees kept multiplying, cutting off her view of the gray horizon. This isn't the first time I've visited this forest. With luck, it will be the last. The sky was a lead weight oppressing her. There were no tears in it either, just a brewing storm. If those clouds hung any lower, she could touch them. Perhaps that was an illusion, but Sovan doubted it. This place functioned on rules, but not the same ones as the living world. Nor did she have time to suss them out. What happened to you, Sarn? Did that shadow creature get you? It might have. She had no way to know how long she'd been here. It might already be too late to save him. Her hands tightened into fists at her sides. Thoughts of her green-eyed twin falling and convulsing on the dirty trash-strewn floor depressed Sovan, as they brought back other memories. A silhouetted boy leapt from roof to roof. He was her heights-loving, magic-imbued twin, of course. She pushed the image away and it faded as Sarn vanished into that nighttime city, returning Sovan to that gray place where nothing was what it seemed. This must be the Gray Between. Some legends had claimed a gnarled forest choked that boundary between life and death. Well, I found the boundary. The exit should be close by. It was likely somewhere in this dense forest. That would be just my luck. Sovan spun on her heel, but every direction featured more twisted trees. Behind her, the gray mist rose into a wave intent on crashing down on her. It whispered apathetic lies as it reached for the memories she'd just regained. Oh no, you don't. Sovan swatted it away as she ran. Bits of herself seemed to float on those gray whispers as she darted between trees to escape those memory eaters. They must be behind the leading edge of the mist. A sharp tug almost tripped Sovan as her last tie to the living world pulled painfully tight. The chain pulsed like a steady heartbeat, and she imagined its opposite end sunk in her brother's heart, uniting them across this supernatural divide. Indeed, those glowing links plunged through the ground and the cold, memory-siphoning mist climbing up her legs. Does this link back to you, dear brother? As if in answer, a small transparent hand pushed through the fog gathering on the ground and clamped around that glowing tie. Sarn, is that you? Are you all right? Sovan had so many questions, but those were the foremost. When he didn't answer, she grew frustrated and yanked the chain rooted in her chest, but there was almost no give in it. Sovan dropped to her knees as the ground vibrated, and the memory eaters let out a deafening call of triumph. A wrinkly trunk swung past her head as she fell headfirst into a forward roll. Ouch! You made all this tumbling look easy, brother mine. Her head smarted from where she'd struck it. Thankfully, ghosts couldn't get concussed, or her memories would be dinner for the beasts charging toward her. Sovan pushed up, but she'd reached the end of her tether. Great, there was a proboscis tangled in the glowing links, and the two fist-sized black eyes above it regarded her with undisguised hunger. Sovan clawed at the ground, but that vile gray sand slid through her fingers, and the smoke wafting off the memory eater curled through her mind, rolling up her regained memories into tasty bite-sized snacks. No. She struggled to hold on to them. But all the memories she'd regained were disintegrating into the fog seeping through the cracks in her mind, and it scoured away all traces of the life she'd left. My name is Sovan. I have a twin brother named, but it was no use. His name was gone and his face too. Her own name was vanishing one syllable at a time. Too bad Mama only gave me two. If I had a longer name, I might still remember it. What did I forget? But she was drifting now. She floated on the mist, carrying her back to that formless place for forgetting where she belonged. Chapter 8. Confounded Memory Eaters. 4 pachyderms surrounded the ghost formerly known as Sovan. They were her honor guard, and she floated listlessly between them, staring at the sky like a good ghost until she jerked to a stop. Why'd we stop? The second memory eater asked the first one. This wisp of a girl had already caused them a considerable amount of trouble. Because we can't move her. There's a glowing chain attached to her heart, and we've reached the end of that tether, said the first memory eater, who rolled his black eyes in response. Really, he should have chosen a brighter bunch for this chase. I noticed that. I'm not blind. So, what do we do about it? She can't stay here. The forest is the domain of those near death, but she's already dead. No body, no trespassing, said 3, puffing out more gray smoke in her agitation. She was a stickler for the rules, and always earned extra for her hard work. I know that. One flicked his ears in annoyance as he concentrated so hard his tusks vibrated. More gray fog pumped out of him, blanketing that troublesome girl, but that damn chain wouldn't break or even dim. You dolt. That won't work. Some of the memories forming that chain aren't hers. 4 stamped her foot, and her 4 toenails shined silver in the peculiar light here that show off. She glared at him. Some of that life experience belongs to someone still living, and we have no power over him. Well, that was an unfortunate complication, but one was tired of dealing with that girl. So, what do we do? 2 stamped his foot. We can't leave her here. She'll just escape again, and I'm not telling that pompous angel. He nearly took my head off the last time. 1 shook his head. I wish they'd sent that girl somewhere else. She's been nothing but trouble. Isn't there a hell realm in need of an upstart? Probably, but Sovan was here, and that made her his problem. 1 put all such thoughts aside as the silence lengthened. They waited for him to make a decision. So be it. He turned so he could catch all their eyes at once and gauge their reactions, then extended his trunk. For a long moment, he gripped the glowing chain that prevented them from taking Sovan back to where she belonged. He raised the wrinkled ridge above his left eye, challenging them. No memories could withstand a concentrated attack, no matter how strong they were. But his challenging stare wasn't necessary. 2 and 3 followed his lead without complaint. Only 4 hung back and shook her head. What you're doing is wrong, and I won't be part of it. 4 turned her back on them. He should have asked Five to come along instead. Five had no qualms about doing what was expedient. Well, fine, I don't need her. We three should be enough to send some targeted forgetfulness down this here bond. As he did, the green glow faded from those links, turning them gray, but they refused to break. A child reached through the gray dust, and the ghost formerly known as Sovan stirred on her cloud of forgetfulness. She turned toward the small hand searching for hers. The turncoat wrapped her trunk around the base of that hand and pulled. A boy shot out of the ground and glared at them as he extended his other hand to his deceased twin. Sovan thrashed like a dreamer throwing off a nightmare as she reached for him. Since the boy still clung to life, their hands passed through each other, unable to catch and hold. His eyes were the only two spots of color in this gray place, and the wrongness of his presence here grated on one. That brief brush of souls quickened something in the girl, and her lips shaped a name, but she had enough sense not to say it here. No one should ever name the living to anyone on this side of death. Not if they wanted their loved one to continue breathing. And she did. Though if that boy died, it would solve the problem. They could both forget and move on like good little ghosts. As one squeezed the bond, he exhaled memory-destroying smoke to attack its links. But that had no effect on the boy. His unnaturally green eyes glowed as he searched for his sister. His time was limited, and he knew it. "You're not supposed to be here," one said, but they were all thinking it. The boy didn't react. Maybe he didn't hear them. This place had rules to prevent those, like this boy, who didn't belong here from learning anything about the afterlife. He's only partially here. He must be lingering between life and death. Your tampering pulled him here prematurely. Four stamped her foot again and gesticulated with her trunk as she spoke. If he dies because you meddled, I don't even want to imagine what kind of karmic debt you'd owe him. It could destroy the balance that holds everything together. If that happened, it would destroy them all. One let go of the link, and 2 and 3 dropped it as well, but some damage was already done. There was no telling how much. "Why did you abandon me?" the boy asked that troublesome girl. He only had eyes for her. The amnesians were not for the living to see, or their sacred breath to inhale. The traitorous Four finally did something right. She sucked the memory-siphoning mist into her thick, wrinkly body, puffing it up. Her liquid eyes reflected her softening heart, but it was too late for the boy. He'd already inhaled some of that mist, and there was no telling what effect it would have on him if he lived through that. Chapter 10. Fire Does Not Become You. She'd had a name once, but it was gone now, leaving an empty cavity behind as she sat up and blinked at the gray nothingness holding her up. Is this normal? She didn't know, and that was a problem. She descended until her translucent feet touched the ground. Wriggling her toes in the shifting dust didn't help. This place was still as alien as the four beasts towering over her. I missed something important. But when she tried to ask what, no sound emerged. Okay, this isn't good. The receding gray mist trailed long diaphanous fingers through the dark branches, framing a boy with magic in his green eyes. He was just a child of 7 or 8, like her, and he held the other end of the chain attached to her chest. It bound them together, and a profound sense of relief washed through her. If only I could remember why his presence comforts me. As she raised an inquiring eyebrow, his face caught her attention. I know you. He was so familiar. He tugged at her heart and drew her to him, but a cold, wrinkly trunk wrapped around her arm and held her back. Let go of me. The elephant didn't. He yanked her backward, and she nearly collided with him. No, you must forget. You're dead. You're supposed to move on. That's the price of redemption. He shook her as he spoke. Then I don't want it. She struggled to break his hold on her, but his trunk was unfairly strong. What is redemption? What did I do to deserve it, or need it? None of the pachyderms backing away from her answered those unspoken questions. But they'd heard them, and their eyes were filled with horror. Blasphemer! I denounce you. 3 proboscises pointed at her, accusing her of this blasphemy thing. What's blasphemy? I don't understand, and I don't think I want to. She hugged herself and turned to the 4th creature, but it too was backing away. Unlike its mates, its eyes were regretful as they flicked upward, then back in a clear warning. The sky roiled and swirled, and something dropped through the black hole it framed. Flaming wings snapped out and caught a thermal as that being rode it. Oh, that can't be good. She stared at this fiery newcomer, who was just a circling orange dot growing as it plummeted. Her brow furrowed. I've seen you somewhere before. But she couldn't recall if the creature was a friend or a foe. You must go, the 4th creature said to the boy, flickering between a child and a man. He stared at his fading hands, then met her startled gaze. In his eyes, a word floated. She reached for it and took back her name. Sovan opened her mouth to speak to him, but a veil of silence dropped over her. She stamped her foot in frustration and thought hard at him. Who are you? Only in children's tales did people talk mind to mind, and this wasn't one of them. Damn. He regarded the glowing chain in his offhand, then dropped it. You said we'd be together always, but you lied like all the rest. As he turned, hurt flashed in those incredible eyes. His body elongated and years zipped past, until a man of late teens or early 20s ran into the rising mist instead of the child who'd called her back from that gray forgetfulness. He dropped the chain, but when Sovan touched its links seeking some clue to his identity, sunlight blinded her. Around 16 years ago. 2 child-sized silhouettes climbed a hill on a golden afternoon, a girl and a boy. They were twins. The girl stabbed the sky with a stick. We'll always be together, one heart, one mind, forever. Nothing'll divide us. Nothing. You promise? He asked, hope creeping into his soft voice. Yes. You're my twin, mine, and I don't share. The little girl drove the tip of the stick into the ground and caught his hand. They were 2 babes gilded by the sun as they ran down the slope. The memory faded. Now. Sovan squeezed the chain attached to her chest. You're my twin, my silent brother, my best friend, and my shadow. But there was more. Something had divided them, but Sovan dove flat as the winged man swooped in low and just missed her. He landed as she rolled to her feet. But Sovan didn't wait to find out what he wanted. She ran as the guy in white and purple robes rounded on her 3 accusers. I have one chance to catch that boy before Mr. Fire for Wings comes after me. Unless he was after someone else, but she doubted it as she ran toward a gnarled forest sprouting at the edge of the foggy plain. Sovan careened around trees, following a pale green glimmer bobbing somewhere ahead of her. Shades, blades, and fades, you're fast. Slow down. Because she could only run so fast without wings. Sovan glanced over her shoulder to see if a pair of wings had shown up yet, but there was just the gray material of her shift loosely covering her back. So unfair. Why does everyone else get wings except me? Even those fog-making beasts had wings. They were gray and wrinkly like their skin and shaped an awful lot like their big floppy ears, but still. If they had wings, then shouldn't she have a set? A branch swung at her head, but Sovan ducked, then tripped when a root seized her ankle. Oh, this is so not fair. She yanked on the root, but it wouldn't let go. The chain attached to her heart pulled tight and dragged her. She clasped that chain, squeezing so hard her knuckles ached as that vile grayness swallowed the forest, and her regained memories disintegrated. Not again. I just got my name back. Sovan had a feeling this had happened before, and the urge to fight it welled up so strongly within her, she reached out to her twin, heart to heart. At the other end of the bond between them, her brother stopped. "You promised you'd never leave me," he said, and the chain vibrated, passing his words to her. "I don't want to leave you. Call me. Bring me to you. I want to be wherever you are," she sent back. "Sovan?" The mist rose over her, cutting her off from him, as loud footsteps shook the ground. Did he hear me? He had called her name, so maybe she was getting through. Sovan dug into the sand and uncovered more links leading back to her brother. As she scooped out handfuls of dirt, deepening the hole, the chain kept going. Well, so would she. "Someone's been a very naughty ghost," said a newcomer, as a pair of gold sandals pushed through the mist. They stopped at the edge of the hole she was digging, and she paused. His voice was familiar. "Do I know you?" she asked, then clamped a sandy hand over her mouth as actual words with sound issued from her lips. Why couldn't I speak before? Because she damn well tried. He laughed. "Of course you know me. What a silly question. Would you mind telling me how I know you? Everything's a little muddled right now." "Does it matter? Your head's supposed to be empty and your soul a blank slate, so you can move on. But it's not, so I'm stuck here until you get with the program." He sighed theatrically, as if this was a monumental tragedy. Okay, so I won't get any answers from him. Nor did Sovan raise her head because there was no point. The fog had engulfed her before Mr. Bad Attitude had shown up. All that kept its memory-eating power at bay was her hand clenched around the bond between her and her brother. And he might be dying. Because the chain pulsed like a slowing heart. I must reach him before he dies. I must save him. When Sovan reached for another handful of dirt, her fingers punched through the ground and touched nothing but air. Oops. The ground dropped out from under her and she fell, gripping that fragile chain. It bound them still, heart to heart. Hand over hand she reeled herself in. "I'm coming, brother, hold on." But she wasn't alone. "No." Mr. Bad Attitude shouted. A hot hand closed around her ankle. Sovan kicked and kicked and kicked, missing him each time, until she lost her grip on the chain and crashed into a multi-hued barrier of light. "It's not gray." Sovan grinned as Mr. Bad Attitude screamed. Everything went white. "I'm coming, brother. Hold on until I reach you. At least I think that's what's happening." Chapter 10. A Demonic Run-In. Sovan blinked at a real forest. This one was green and growing and free of that mind-numbing mist, but remnants of that awful gray stuff still clung to her mind, muddling things. A quick downward glance relieved her of one worry: she still had a body, albeit a translucent one, but it was still clothed. Here I am in the middle of my own adventure, and I haven't lost a single article of clothing. Take that, you nudity-obsessed bards. Sovan shook her fist at the star-spangled sky. People often lost their clothes in bardic tales, and she'd never understood why, nor had she wanted such ideas planted in her twin's head. So Sovan had covered his ears every time the characters had gotten naked. I wanted him to stay sweet and never turn into a disreputable tough who prowled around the neighborhood at night. Sovan shuddered at the visceral memory of those gangly boys with their gaunt faces and hungry roving eyes. Turning her thoughts away from them, she regarded the glowing chain protruding from her chest. Its slack lay coiled on the leaf mold, and she lifted it. When she looped the excess over her shoulder to get it out of her way, it vanished, shortening the link between them. He was close by. "Where are you, brother? I can't drag you back from death's door if I can't find you." "Sarn?" Sovan turned and a dark blur ran through her. For a scintilla of a moment, she and the demon occupied the same space, and that was how she knew what it was. The information just dropped into her head while their bodies were merged. When they diverged, Sovan fell to her knees and retched until she'd rid herself of the demon's foul essence. You. Demons. She shuddered. Meanwhile, the demon's momentum had carried them, forward toward a cloaked figure rounding a tree. The man had startlingly green eyes, and a glowing chain encircled his chest, connecting him to her across life and death. Time dilated as Sovan stared at him, her mouth hanging open in shock. He was very tall, and not at all the child she remembered. How long was I dead and stuck in that horrible gray place? Are you still the sweet boy who brought me the treasures you found in the trash? How could he be? The many years since her death had left their marks on him. Years she knew nothing about, but she yearned to be part of them. Unfortunately, the universe had spared all the time it could. The demon went from barely moving to running so fast he blurred. Look out! Sovan shouted, but her warning never left her lips. Because the grave silenced her. Fates, damn it! The living can't hear the dead. And she was quite dead. The demon grinned, a mouthful of jagged yellow teeth, as the thing locked gazes with her twin. As the green glow spilling out from under his deep hood intensified, he froze, and a spell overtook him. Oh no! Memories of past fits drew Sovan to his side, even though there was not a damn thing she could do. She bit her lip. He wasn't shaking yet, but his body had gone rigid, and he looked seconds away from a seizure. I must do something, but what? She needed to be corporeal to fight monsters, and she wasn't. Sovan checked on the horn-sporting goatish thing, leering at her staring brother. Why wasn't it attacking? Was it caught in the same spell? Indeed, the demon had locked gazes with her twin. Might this not be a fit, but some type of magical or spiritual warfare? Sarn, if you can hear me, run away. You can't fight that thing on its own terms. When Sovan tried to touch him, her hands passed right through his shoulder. Come on, brother. Shake it off. Maybe Sarn heard because he blinked. His eyes were two pools of green fire. But they weren't that luminous when they were children. He definitely wasn't the boy she'd sworn never to leave. What happened to you, other than the whole growing up thing? And that green glow, that was the thing that divided us. You had magic and I didn't. Sovan backed away, repelled by hundreds of tales about the evils of magic. Did your magic kill me? Sarn broke the gaze lock and sat down hard on the ground, stunned speechless by whatever his magic had shown him. The skin under his eyes was dark and puffy, and a fading bruise marred his unscarred cheek. He looked exhausted, and at the end of his rope. What have you been doing, brother mine? Sovan took a cautious step toward him. But Sarn didn't hear her question, so he remained silent and shocked by the series of events that had led him to this tête-à-tête with a demonic creature. Events I knew nothing about before blundering in. Sovan drummed her fingers on her thigh. In her defense, she'd thought only a little time had passed since her death. But that clearly wasn't the case. A thought niggled at Sovan, as the demon crouched in front of Sarn and smiled at his predicament. This isn't the first time something dark went after my brother. Sovan realized, but her mind was more holes than whole memories still. And that fog still enshrouded much of her past, leaving long stretches of gray between islands of clear recollections. It'll come back to me. I will remember. But Sovan put that aside for later. She had larger problems than partial amnesia to deal with. Don't make this difficult. I don't want to hurt you. I've come to like you, said the demon. Its black-on-black eyes drank her brother in, and rearranged its features into a parody of his. If evil could incarnate, the demon in front of her twin would be its servant. Its lust for the power in his veins slapped Sovan across the face, delivering a prompt reality check. So what if every childhood tale portrayed mages as one step up from the devil himself? My brother isn't evil. Sovan clenched her fists. You know what I want. The monster sat back on its haunches, drawing attention to its goatish legs and black cloven hooves. But she doubted her brother had noticed. His gaze was focused somewhere inside him. "Yeah, you want to trade up," Sarn said, speaking for the first time since she'd arrived. He had a deep, resonant voice, but he was still soft-spoken. Life hadn't flipped his introverted nature over to her side of the extrovert spectrum. "Good, because you always were a great listener. I'm glad that hasn't changed. But a lot of other things had, and those alterations concerned Sovan." The demon nodded and waved at a twitching husk clad all in gray. Sovan backed away from that bloody heap of cloth and weakness. Only a desperate fool would invite a demon into their body, but that was what this person had done. "My host is sterile but you're not, and you already have a son." The demon's lips split in a predator's grin, while its body melted into a man-shaped shadow. "Just think of what we could become together. You have so much power, and no idea how to use it. You have a son? You're like 20. How on earth is that even possible?" Sovan stared at her twin and wished the grave wasn't muffling all her questions. Sarn was a quiet, shy child who seldom spoke, rarely made eye contact, and avoided everything except the occasional hug or pat on the back from her. How had a boy like that got a girl with child? "Brother, what the hell have you been up to?" Sovan planted her fists on her hips. "Rand should be here. He's such a little darling, and this is a family event. I should fetch him." The demon laughed and flung out its arms. Something man-shaped coalesced behind Sarn. "Leave my son alone." And that was the Sarn she remembered, fiercely protective. Before her brother could lunge at that grinning demon, hands seized Sarn, and he went down struggling with a man made of insects. How creepy. His attacker sprouted a dozen more arms from its elongated torso, more than enough to pin Sarn to the ground and keep him there. "Leave my brother alone." Sovan charged the bizarre villain, but a purplish-black thing caught her around the waist and yanked her backward. She spun to face her captor. "What the hell is that?" Chapter 11. The Organ of Doom. An irregular lumpy thing, so bruised its normally purplish-pink membranous exterior, had darkened almost to black, pulsated in the clearing's center. It looked like a super-sized organ, and it towered over her, whipping its severed arteries in a vulgar display of power. One was knotted about her waist, but all her plucking, pulling and punching didn't break its grip. That vile thing kept growing sideways as well as vertically each time a wave of black power washed over it. As the demon stood before that discordantly humming organ of doom, it threw back its head, extended its arms and fed it more power. Off to the side, Sarn struggled to break free from his spidery captor. But there was no one else aside from the discarded husk of the demon's last host. Sarn had come alone. Either the demon had lured him out here, or it had jumped him. "Does anyone know you're out here, brother mine? Will someone come looking for you?" Someone must. Her brother must have friends or allies at the very least. Sovan hoped they would come soon. But would help come in time? Probably not. I get the feeling we're on our own for the time being. She had to do something. The demon glanced at her brother like he was a sacrificial lamb, and grinned. As if she'd ever let that happen. "Either I'll stop you or my brother will." Sovan pulled on the vein wrapped around her waist, but the fate's damn thing wouldn't yield to her. A sickly brown light wove a complex pattern between the demon's horns, and several of the severed arteries stopped flopping around that nightmare organ long enough to belch out 3 man-sized shadows bristling with spikes. They floated away. "No doubt they're heading for my nephew, what's his name? I must stop them." Sovan jerked against the slimy tubular thing, dragging her closer to the organ of doom. Nor was she the only ghost it had caught. After the 4th man-shaped smudge sailed into the organ of doom, Sovan stopped counting them. The ghosts flew past so fast, they blurred into a gray streak and lost their individuality. "Help me!" shouted someone at the tail end of that supernatural cue, and Sovan reached for him. As a small hand grasped hers, she jerked to a halt a man-length from the Organ of Doom. The tie between her and her brother wasn't long enough to reach that vile thing, and she was glad. While she hung there, the life-hating evil washing out of that pulsating nightmare eroded the edges of her being. But she held on. "I've got you. I don't know how long I can hold on, but I've got you." The smudge nodded. As he squeezed back, his spirit form clarified into a child. Everything about him was gray except his eyes. They were pale imitations of Sarn's. "Thank you. You wouldn't happen to know what's going on, or how I can free you, would you?" It was a long shot, but what else did Sovan have to do, except hang out here suspended between the organ that wanted to eat her, and the brother she wanted to save? A demon made that thing. The Organ of Doom? Sovan pointed to the thing nibbling at the ghost boy's heels, then reached for his other hand. The boy nodded, and his young face struck her. He was maybe 7 or 8. Why did that bother her? There was something about that age. Did I die when I was his age? He can save us. The ghost boy gripped her hands tightly. Do you mean my brother? Sovan glanced at him, but a rescue didn't seem likely, since a creature made of bugs had pinned Sarn to the ground and he couldn't break free. Fate bless him, he kept right on struggling even though his captor kept extruding more arms to hold him down. Come on, bro. We used to wrestle when we were kids. Sovan couldn't remember why they'd done that, but he'd always let her win because he was a sweetheart. And in the years since, he must have done some wrestling. How else could he have such a lean, athletic build? Come on, bro, stop being nice. Kick that thing's butt. Light poured out of his eyes, turning them white, and Sarn went suddenly still. No, no, no. Fates, damn it, Sovan thought as the tether yanked her backward, breaking her grip on the ghost boy. This is a bad time for you to have a seizure, brother. A really bad time. Sovan extended her hand but just missed the ghost boy. I'm sorry. I can't reach you. Then help him. He's my only hope. The ghost child pointed to her brother. Sarn didn't budge. He just lay pinned under that insect creature, on a blanket of decomposing leaves, as he stared into the middle distance. A blindingly bright man stood next to him with his wings raised for flight. But the newcomer knocked his halo askew when he hauled on the promise binding Sovan to her brother. The winged guy coiled it slack around his thick wrist until the bond pulled tight between them. I've seen you somewhere before. Probably in that gray place, but in what context? The longer Sovan was back in the living world, the less she remembered about that other place. But Sovan couldn't shake the feeling she'd run into this winged man on multiple occasions. If only I could remember why and how that turned out for me. Chapter 12. Arguing with Angels. Who are you? Sovan asked. Your liberator, the winged guy name unknown said as a knife flashed in his hands. Its violet sheen niggled at her memory. Did he plan to cut the bond between her and her twin? As if she'd let him. I don't need a liberator. I made a promise, and I intend to keep it. Death can't hinder that. Sovan rushed him and the bond slackened. But she missed when the winged man dodged. She rushed past until her tether brought her up short. The blade blazed in his hands as he raised it. You're an angel, aren't you? He nodded and brought his blade down on that glowing chain. Sparks flew, but it didn't break. Sovan smiled. Some promises are unbreakable. It must be her brother's magic maintaining the chain. Thanks, bro. I'd rather stay with you while I piece together what's happening. I trust you. I don't trust Mr. Bad Attitude with wings. Stop it. Another angel appeared behind the first one, and she rammed her shoulder into Mr. Bad Attitude, sending him flying. A few quick wing beats righted him, and he glared down at Warrior Angel, but she tossed her long brown locks over her shoulder and refused to be cowed by his imperiousness. That was a better name for him than Mr. Bad Attitude, and much more descriptive too. It referenced his most annoying trait. Yes, Sovan would call that arrogant angel his imperiousness from now on. It had a nice ring to it. You fool. Do you even know what breaking that would do? Yeah, I thought not. You've been in the gray between so long you've forgotten the basic rules of magic. Warrior Angel confiscated the sword he'd dropped and jammed it into a second sheath, materializing at her hip. Her white robes glowed with authority. What are you talking about? His imperiousness demanded. He folded his arms and regarded Warrior Angel like she was an insect crawling on his boot. Warrior Angel snapped her fingers in his face. Balance, you fool. Everything must balance. So for every action, there's a reaction. Break that bond and only God knows what'll happen. This is all very interesting, but shouldn't you help my brother and those ghosts? As Sovan gestured to them, she expected one of the angels to leap into the fray, swords blazing. Neither budged, but at least Warrior Angel looked contrite. We can't interfere. It's not fair, but nothing about life is. Warrior Angel rested her hand on her hilt. Why can't you interfere? Sovan stared at her. She hadn't expected his imperiousness to involve himself, but Warrior Angel's refusal felt like a betrayal, and just because she was a fellow woman. Didn't Warrior Angel see the organ of doom or feel its earth-shaking beating? Each contraction dragged the ghosts caught in its tentacles closer to it. At the end of his tether, the ghost boy huddled, and his frightened eyes begged her brother for help, not the two angels standing around doing nothing. Warrior Angel sighed and let go of her hilt. Because a mortal did this, a mortal has to fix this. Right, there was that mysterious balance Warrior Angel had mentioned earlier. That still didn't make any sense to Sovan, but not much about her current predicament did. A sharp tug on the bond dragged her back to the problem at hand, as sheets of black ice shot skyward. A green blur dove across that rising barrier before it walled off the clearing, and he towed her along in his wake. A swarm of insects followed Sarn. It was that insectoid creature, and it was bent on stopping her twin. But Sarn must have sensed that. He rolled to his feet, bladed his white glowing hands, and slashed the man-shaped swarm of insects to his right, scattering them. Hopefully, they couldn't fuse into another villain. Good thinking, bro. Oh dear, Sovan dodged the incoming angels. As they landed inside the barrier, his imperiousness rushed Warrior Angel, but she threw him over her shoulder. His wings snapped out, turning a fall into a semi-controlled glide. He landed a man-length away and resumed their argument about that unhelpful thing called the balance. Keeping it sounded like a major pain in the ass. Sovan eyed Warrior Angel's swords. Were angels as constrained as she was? If she could get her hands on one of their blades, maybe she could do more than cheer from the spectral sidelines. Damn. Warrior Angel must have sensed her half-baked plan because she touched her swords, and they vanished. Well, there went that plan. Sovan turned her back on the angels, but their bickering rose in volume, as the two angels tried to outshout each other because getting loud always resolved arguments. Sovan rolled her eyes in disgust. Would you two shut up? The monster is monologuing, and I'd like to know what the hell's going on. Since she'd landed in the middle of this fray, Sovan had only the barest grasp of what was at stake. That shut the two angels up, and they looked at the demon for the first time since arriving. Warrior Angel clenched her fists at what she saw, but she made no move to stop it. The demon had been busy during their spat, and her poor brother had borne the brunt of that. Sarn staggered aside, wincing as he put weight on his ankle, and it gave way. She reached for his arm, but her hand passed through him because she was a ghost, not a real person. Damn you, fate. You're an evil bitch for taking me so young and leaving my brother with no support. Sovan fumed and glided, because pacing was out of the question for an earthbound shade. A branch shot out and caught her lanky brother under the arm before he collapsed. At least the forest was trying to help. Still, Sovan gave the giant trees ringing this supernatural fiasco a baleful glare. Some had ended up inside the black walls the demon had erected to contain whatever it was doing, but they looked sickly. Ice burrowed under their bark, buckling it, and their leaves were graying. If you're really enchanted, shouldn't you do something to help? Not a single leaf twitched at her mental prodding. Sarn was on his own. Come on bro, use that power. Sovan squeezed their bond. Maybe he heard her, or more likely, his sense of self-preservation had kicked in. Whatever the case, a sparkling green band wrapped around his injured ankle, bracing it as he raised his crutch to meet the blade sailing toward him. Why does everyone have a sword except me? Sovan fought the urge to scream in frustration. Her beloved, soft-spoken twin wasn't a fighter, and the decade or so since her death hadn't altered that fact. His stance was all wrong, since he was trying not to put any weight on his injured ankle. Sovan winced in sympathy. If this was a tale out of legend, all those days of watching those knights spar would have taught him something. How did I know he likes to spy on a group of knights? Bits of memories accreted into pictures, sounds, and sensations inside her mind, but not all were hers. How can I have my brother's memories? As the additions changed her, she smiled at her growing body. Metal met wood and sliced right through it. The demon's sword arced down and to the left, delivering a shallow cut to Sarn's ribs before he could react. Ah, right, the demon wants to possess my brother, not kill him. But death would follow unless Sovan did something. Magic spilled out, white and brilliant, as it ran down his torso. Sarn looked up in time to light the demon's face with the green glow of his eyes. But he wasn't looking at the creature. His gaze focused on the organ of doom behind it. No, damn it. Keep your eyes and mind on the fight. Sovan tried to send that warning through their bond. Worry about those ghosts later. If he could even see them. But he couldn't hear her. A gash opened in his left side, and the demon swept his feet out from under him. Sarn crashed down, bleeding light and magic into last year's leaves. When his attacker solidified, the demon grabbed a handful of his hair. You never had a chance, kid. You inherited power, but not the knowledge to use it. No. Oh no no no. Sovan rushed forward. As the demon pressed his sword against her brother's throat, Sovan slashed her hand through it, but the fate's damned blade didn't budge so much as an inch. I can't watch my brother die. Sovan tore at her hair. This can't be happening. I just reconnected with him. He's only 20 for fate's sake. And he's got a son I've never. An image of a small child wearing Sarn's face ghosted up and smiled at her. He wouldn't survive without his father. That was magic's price. How did I know that? Sovan let go of her hair. It must be the link between them. It must do more than connect them. Sovan gripped it and screamed, but she had no power to send through it. She wasn't a mage. No, this isn't how it ends. Sovan thrust her hands out to stop the blade. But that sword was the dark shadow eating the moon the night she died. Death's cold hands tugged her away from her brother, her sole refuge. Its skeletal fingers closed on him too. No, you can't have him. He's my brother, mine, and I don't share him with anyone. Except, of course, her nephew, but only because her brother was his father. I will fight for you. Chapter 13. On Troubled Wings. As time dilated, it froze the disfigured demon in place. Maybe death had accepted her challenge, because it was giving her time to fight for her family. I'd better make this count. Sovan dug deep. She balled up all her anger, fear and frustration and lashed out, but her fists passed through the blurry demon. She still wasn't corporeal enough to deal any damage. I need more power. Where can I get it before time resumes its normal rhythm? Sovan searched her patchwork memories for answers, but her mind was still a holy mess, and her body was a translucent husk. What animates a ghost? What's holding me together? How am I still conscious if I'm dead? She had so many questions, and those two angels were still out of sight somewhere. Hopefully, they were helping those ghosts instead of fighting with each other. And that demon was moving incrementally closer to possessing and killing her brother. I must do something. But all she had was herself, no wings, no weapon and no magic. Sovan reached down into the core of her, searched for what was animating her, and pulled. Sunlight flooded her soul, and so did power. No. Warrior Angel screamed, and the flow cut off. That power isn't yours to take. Because there was only one place such pure magic could have come from, Sarn. Oh fates, no, I didn't want to do that. He can't live without that magic. And she just ripped an unknown amount of that life-sustaining power from him. Sovan tried to send it back to her brother, but the link had closed. Oh no no no. Hands closed on her upper arms and hurled Sovan into the black. Stars flashed past, and the heavens swirled, dizzying her as she reached the apex of her flight path. What have I done? Sovan closed her eyes and welcomed gravity's earthward tug. Take me back to my brother. I must fix this somehow. She plummeted until a hand clamped around her ankle, arresting her fall. No, put me down. I must help him. Sovan kicked and kicked but missed the angel towing her and his white wings. I can't let you do that, said his imperiousness, as he tightened his grip. You can't interfere. Your brother must save himself. Those are the rules. Well, the rules suck. Nor would she be bound by them for long. Sovan kicked and missed again. His imperiousness must have a weakness. Everyone does. Who are you really? Why do you keep turning up every time I turn around? I thought that would be obvious by now. I'm your guardian angel. Well, you're doing a poor job of guarding me. Where were you when I was in that gray place? How long was I there? Sovan crossed her arms over her chest. Since her clothes were illusory, her plain gray dress didn't ride up or bell out or do the 100 annoying things real fabric should have done in this situation. Neither did his white and purple robes. They just rustled as if caressed by a soft breeze, not the gale force wind tearing past them. He shot her an aggrieved glare. I was right there with you. As for how long, time ceased having any meaning when you expired. Well, it had meaning for her brother. He'd grown up without her. If you were right there with me, then why couldn't I see you? Sovan returned his glare with interest. That gray place is a crossroads. Until you picked a path, I couldn't interfere in any way. Every soul has its own journey. Where are you taking me? Not back to that gray place. I'm done with that. Sovan clenched her fists. No, you've only just begun. I won't go back there. Not without my brother. Sovan didn't care if she sounded like a recalcitrant child. She'd never had a chance to outgrow that in life. The thought should have bothered her, but she'd always been a practical girl. Besides, she had a brother and a nephew in danger. Now wasn't the time to hang about by her ankle in the clutches of an angel on a mission. Above, the stars swept by, but below, Shiari rolled out a welcome green mat of enchanted forestry while she sought a solution to her problem. Could you hold my arm instead of my leg? It's uncomfortable hanging around by my foot. Oh, he said as if it hadn't dawned on him that his manhandling might hurt her. Some guardian he was. Shouldn't that have been his first thought? Sovan tried not to scowl at him, as his imperiousness slowed to a hover and raised the hand holding her leg above his head, bringing a certain part of his anatomy within striking range. "Here, take my hand." His imperiousness extended his free hand to her. Sovan grabbed his wrist and kicked with all her might. This time, she didn't miss. Her foot collided with his washboard abs, driving the breath from him, and he released her. Who knew angels could breathe? Falling might be a problem for the living, but not for a ghost. Sovan felt for the link between her and her twin, and reeled herself in before his imperiousness could grab her again. "I'm coming, brother. Just stay alive until I get there. I might not be able to help you, but there's no way in hell I'm going back to that gray place without you. I already lost too much time in that benighted place." Chapter 14. Joining Forces. When Sovan was certain her brother was right below her, she dropped to the ground. "Please don't let me plunge through it." She didn't, but she'd misjudged her aim and slammed into Sarn instead. Oops. Magic bled from a cut under his left eye and dripped onto a black cloven foot. The demon screamed as white magic negated black. "I was right about you, bro. You're not evil." And she gloried in power so pure, it was sunlight on her soul. "What the hell are you?" the demon asked. As it hopped on smoking hooves out of striking range, it took its wicked sword with it. "Your worst nightmare," she and her brother said in unison. For they were one entity now, and it felt more right than anything else had since Sovan had awoken in that gray place. We were always meant to be one person, not two. Nor was this the first time Sovan had realized that. An uncomfortable thought niggled at her, dividing them. It asked the next logical question, and she flinched away from the answer. Who had the power to divide one being into two parts? Why would anyone do that? What could they possibly gain? The answer frightened Sovan, because none of these thoughts had ever crossed her twin's mind. Then again, he'd been busy surviving in a country that had outlawed magic centuries ago, and sentenced all its practitioners to death. Sarn gained his knees, but he stopped there when the world spun, knocking Sovan out of his body. Damn. She was losing her one chance to help him fight that demon. Facts and faces swam through her mind, along with a patchwork quilt of impressions from 14 years of a life she hadn't lived. 14 years he'd survived as one half of a pair, bereft of the only person who'd ever understood him. And that fate's damned gray mist was in his mind too, fading some of his memories and erasing others, leaving gaps in the last 14 years. Some of those gaps were little and girl-shaped, while others were woman-shaped just like she was now. At some point since her escape from the gray between, she'd grown to match her brother in stature and strength. Sovan touched those holes in his memories. They were a record of her many escapes from the gray between, over the last 14 years. Each one had infected him with the amnesia of that benighted place. Maybe his memories would return in time. The holes prove I didn't abandon you. But they explained why everyone in the gray between was so cross with her. Who or what sent me back? Because I didn't return to that gray place on my own. Was it his imperiousness? Probably. That would explain his attitude problem. But that realization paled in comparison to the others. I put the holes in your mind, brother mine. And I might be creating more right now, but I can't leave you. We made a pact. But that pact might be harming her brother. He'd almost had 2 seizures already, and he couldn't fight that demon even with all the magic he possessed. In fact, he'd barely used any magic at all. Did you forget you have magic? Is that my fault too? Is that why I returned to that horrible gray place after each visit? Defeated, Sovan collapsed onto the decomposing leaves, but she couldn't feel their papery edges or hear their rustle over the beating of the organ of doom. Its foul tug ended her pity party moments before it writhed into a doorway. The darkness in its center lightened to reveal a giant eye. Of course, that red-veined monstrosity blinked at her because why not? It's not like her afterlife could get any weirder than it already was. Where was his imperiousness? Shouldn't he do something? Didn't this affront to good taste go well beyond what any mortal could handle? A black object sailed through the doorway and the eye backed off while Sovan scanned the clearing for either angel, but both were absent or dealing with other nastier surprises. Everything rushed toward that gaping maw as it sucked loose stones and leaves into its hungry void. Trees bent and Sarn scrabbled for a handhold, but there were only layers upon layers of dead leaves, so he found no purchase. Just before the vacuum sucked him into it, a root leapt out of the soil and wrapped around his wrist. Not helpful, but what could you expect from a tree? Sovan pushed to a stand. This was no time to wallow in her woes. If I can kick an angel, I can kick a monster. Maybe it won't do any good, but it'll make me feel better, and maybe it'll buy my brother some time. For what she didn't know, magic was outside of her sphere of influence, but maybe her brother had picked up a useful spell over the last 14 years. Sarn might be quiet, but he'd always been one step ahead of everyone else. He was just that smart. Though if he had such a spell at his disposal, he would have already used it. Unless my presence made him forget. How can I tell if that's the case? Sovan wanted to scream in frustration, but that wouldn't help her brother. A tentacle punched through the doorway and seized his ankle. Oh no, you can't have him. Sovan reached for her brother, but her hands passed right through him. Silver roots charged toward Sarn. Were they glowing faintly white? Sovan turned but saw only smooth black walls. They were magic made, and that was how they held most of the forest out of this doomed clearing. But more determined roots pushed out of the ground and stabbed the doorway, and the misshapen things entering it. Who was helping? None of the enchanted trees ringing the walls were silver. But there was a legend of a silver tree, the queen of all trees. Surely, that mythic being wasn't delving into danger where a pair of angels refused to tread. It would be awesome if she did, and we could use a little awesome right now. Hands grasped Sovan by her upper arms and lifted her off the ground again. She writhed, but his imperiousness held fast to her. What's with all the grabbing and dragging? What happened to talking like civilized people and respecting my personal space? Apparently, this angel didn't believe in either concept. What are you doing? She demanded. Stopping you from interfering. Where's your sidekick? I liked her better. Sovan twisted in his grip and kicked, but he swiveled his hips and she missed the family jewels. She struck his thigh instead. She's keeping the balance by not interfering. They rose until the clearing, and all that was happening within it, was just an insignificant black smudge on the starlit forest. And that was the point, to show her this battle, while important to her because it involved her brother, wasn't relevant to the higher order. It was barely discernible from this altitude. But he could be dying down there. A tingling sensation had started in her toes, and crept northward as they soared higher and higher. Her legs changed to wisps of smoke blowing away in the breeze of their passage. Maybe she should have been concerned, but Sovan was past all cares now save one. She must return to her brother and meet her nephew. Nothing else mattered. His imperiousness shrugged, everyone dies, and the flies are waiting for their prize. But so is my lord, and you're long overdue for an audience. That sounds like fun, but I'll pass. I have a prior engagement. Indeed, just as she'd hoped, the link between her and her twin had a finite limit. When his imperiousness flew beyond that point, Sovan disintegrated and plummeted back down to earth. She laughed at his howl of frustration. Everything must balance. Even me. Sovan would have smiled if she had a face to smile with. But she'd have to wait for her myriad particles to coalesce first. Chapter 15. Temporarily armed and dangerous. "I'll kill you for this, whelp," the demon charged toward her brother when Sovan landed. Too spent to fight, Sarn scrambled out of the way as a searing heat burned his uninjured side. Enraged by the sight, Sovan leapt at the monster, intent on swinging him by his stupid black horns, but the angle was all wrong because her body was still accreting. So she head-butted the demon instead, and black blood gushed from the creature's broken nose. "Leave my brother alone." Her hand fell to his shoulder, and Sarn regarded her with wide, glowing eyes. "He sees me." Her heart leapt as she squeezed the lean muscle under his woolen tunic. "I didn't leave you, brother mine. I just got a bit turned around for a while, but I'm back and I'm not going away again." Sovan squeezed his shoulder again, but this time her hand closed on something inside him. He was the sheath, and his magic changed into a blade she withdrew. "Oh, now this is more like it." Sovan hefted a blade made of pure light and power, and tested its balance. "Good thinking, bro. I've got your memories of the nights fighting to draw on, and no mortal limitations." Sovan swung the shining sword and sliced his adversary in half. As the demon screamed, its two halves extruded writhing worms, and they wove its body back together. Sovan laughed. "Come get me, fiend." With the blade of pure magic in her hands, she parried the demon's next thrust. But after her third stroke, the blade liquefied in her hands, and the power arced back into Sarn. "Damn it! Why is there always a time limit?" Sovan wanted to punch something, but she'd become translucent again. So there was no point. "Sorry, bro, I bought you all the time I can." Hands again grasped her. "Oh, not this again. Haven't we done the kidnap the helpless ghost girl bit to death by now?" In a rage, Sovan bucked and kicked, but her captor wouldn't be denied. Chapter 16. Angelic Intervention. "Let go of me." Sovan punched, but Warrior Angel flew on, ignoring her outburst and the repeated pummeling her steely abs took. "Don't take me to the Grey Between or the Dead City or anywhere else in the afterlife. I don't want to go. Take me back to my brother." "I can't. What you did was wrong on so many levels. Mortal bodies are only built to house one soul, not two. You're lucky your repeated visits haven't driven your brother insane by now." That gave Sovan pause. She stilled until the western horizon melted into a black pool of stars, and an island wreathed in starlight appeared on the horizon. "How could I possibly harm him? We're twins. We've always done everything together until I got sick." But she'd seen that vile gray stuff inside her brother's mind. The tapestry of his past was riddled with holes, just her size and shape. "I accidentally put them there." But that image merged into another one. Inside her mind's eye, that fate's damned moon was back, framed by a glassless window. A thin screen kept the insects out, but not the chill on that November eve. Darkness took huge bites out of that dimming moon, and it was doing the same thing to her sight as her angelic captor sped toward a bright pinpoint. A thought niggled at the back of her mind, but everything was blurring into the darkness, rushing up to meet them. Sometime later, Sovan drifted back to consciousness. Warrior Angel flew on past the gray blurs under them. Not that place again. As Sovan rubbed her eyes, she was surprised to feel real tears of frustration caught in her lashes. "He could hear you, you know," Warrior Angel said. "Not all the time, even though I tried to muffle you. He thought it was his magic talking to him." Some form of magic kept Warrior Angel's long tresses from blowing into her face. It was a neat trick, but shouldn't that power have been directed toward the demon and the organ of doom, before it turned into a portal to hell? "He could hear me. But I was in that gray place for what seems like forever. And I'm probably headed back there, to the maximum security section." Sovan shuddered at the thought of those wrinkly beasts, smoking out her memories. They were all she had left. It just wasn't fair. I don't know how he could hear you, I just know he could. And your presence warped his magic. Like a bed too long laid in, you left an impression on it. The more he heard your whispering, the more he anthropomorphized his magic, which just made it take on more of your characteristics. Do you see the negative feedback loop you created? Now he's stuck with a power that seems sentient, but it isn't. It only knows what he knows. And you're angry about it? Sovan crossed her arms for lack of anything better to do. This whole being carried around like a rag doll thing had gotten old fast. Warrior Angel slammed to a halt. While she hovered there, her eyes filled with violet fire. Angry doesn't begin to cover it. We had such hopes for your brother before you damaged him. Did you know he's the first Cursebreaker ever to have a child? And the first in a long while to be born of 2 curses? But your selfishness ruined him. Ruined him, how? Sovan drew back as much as she could in the angel's iron grip. I never meant to hurt him. Your visits left gaping holes, and nature hates a vacuum. With that ominous statement hanging in the air, Warrior Angel dove into the gray cloud bank beneath them. Then send me back. But the wind tore Sovan's words away as they landed on a beach. The surf rolled in, foaming as it washed over tiny water-smooth stones. While all the rocks were in muted colors, none were that middling shade of gray Sovan had come to despise. In fact, many were tan, slate blue, or grayish pink. This isn't the gray between. Aren't you supposed to drop me off there, and leave me to find my way through that nothingness for the rest of my miserable existence? Sovan hoped not. Please let me skip that indignity. I must get back to my brother. I need to know if he's okay. Normally yes, but the wheel of time's been turning without your soul tethered to it, and that's put tremendous pressure on the balance. Yes, there's a balance, a natural order if you will, and what you did violated it. Worse still, you were only children who had no idea what havoc your innocent promise would wreak. The only way to alleviate the pressure that's built up is to fast-track you into the redemption cycle. Warrior Angel pointed at a ship lying at anchor, and beyond it, to the amethyst spires of the Dead City. No legend had ever explained why the Dead City was purple, it just was. Maybe the All-Father liked the color. Both his angelic servants had violet eyes. Singing caught Sovan's ear. She turned toward the welcoming song dancing on the wind, but the dark-skinned angel skipped lightly through the rolling surf in the opposite direction. One hand hiked her white and purple robes above her churning knees, while the other waved to the gray forms running down the slope. She was Shonofar, the afterlife's official greeter, and the sweetest angel ever created. Sovan planted her hands on her hips. Why didn't I get a warm, angelic welcome? I didn't even get a song. I feel cheated. Every great hero who had ever died had gotten a song. Legends abounded about them. Nor did the mezzo-soprano discriminate. She sang for everyone, regardless of their social station or deeds. It just wasn't fair. If you'd gone through the gray between like you were supposed to, you'd have heard her calling. Not even Warrior Angel's anger could stand up to Shonofar's sweet song, and her obvious delight at more souls to shepherd. A wistful smile tugged at the corners of Warrior Angel's lips. Maybe she was contemplating a career change. Behind those running souls, a gray veil billowed in the wind blowing across the brow of a hill. That must be the exit to the gray between. Indeed, as Sovan stared at it, the veil solidified into a doorway. A silver tree stood framed within it, and her branches traced something in the air. Then both the door and the tree vanished. Sovan opened her mouth to ask who that tree was but stopped, because Warrior Angel wasn't looking at the hill. No, her violet eyes were trained on the sky above it, and Sovan was glad because her question had answered itself. There was only one intelligent tree who figured prominently in all the legends, the queen of all trees. But what would she want with me? Have we met before, Queenie? Of course, there was no answer to her impertinent question. No legend ever ascribed mind magic to the queen of all trees, or any of her enchanted children. Sovan toed the pebbles covering the beach. Aren't we missing someone? Where's my guardian angel? He's probably sulking. You did escape him many times. But he'll show up soon. He too has been called to an accounting. That didn't sound good. As Sovan backpedaled, she scanned the shore behind them. Where were the doorways back to the mortal realm? They were magical veils, separating the lands of the living from the lands of ever. Legend claimed they were color-coded or something, but there was nothing along those hills except grass swaying in the wind. Maybe one had to have a still-breathing body to return to, in order to see those doorways. And I haven't had one for many years if my brother's memories are correct. They were, of course, because his magic didn't allow him to lie. That was one more reason Sovan needed to get back to him. There's nowhere to run. You're getting on that ship as soon as your guardian angel arrives. Anger radiated off Warrior Angel as she shoved Sovan forward. Under that complex tangle of emotions, Warrior Angel just wanted to return to her charge. Maybe she'd do some evil butt-kicking, though likely not given all that stuff about the balance. Sovan dug her heels in. What about my brother? What about him? Warrior Angel tensed. She was prepared to give chase if necessary. It wasn't. Sovan knew she was beaten. Where could I even go? The shore stretched on for miles without end or break. It might encircle the globe for all she knew. If you're here, then who's guarding my brother? No one, which is why I need to get back to him. Can you tell if he's all right? If that monster got him, he'd saunter onto this beach, right? Warrior Angel shrugged. I don't know anything more than you do. I'm not omniscient. If that was supposed to make Sovan feel better, it missed the mark. I hope you're all right, bro. If not, there wasn't anything she could do about it. Chapter 17. No warm welcome. When they reached the gangplank, another angel appeared aboard the four-masted vessel. His robes glowed, and so did the edges of his folded wings, making his skin seem as dark as night. He had the same violet eyes as the angel walking beside her, and they were just as luminous. But he pulled off the white and purple robes, wings, and glowing halo bit better than Warrior Angel did. On her, those accoutrements looked all wrong. Armor would suit her tough personality better. Warrior Angel didn't need the complete set. Just a battered breastplate emblazoned with something like death to demons would be a good start, but Sovan kept her comments to herself. She was in enough trouble already. Captain Angel blocked the end of the gangplank. You're not her guardian angel. No, but he should be along any minute now, Warrior Angel said. They all searched the sky, but the shape winging overhead had a tail. It rolled through a cloud, clearly displaying it was a quadruped. Is that? Sovan pointed, agog at the implication. A dragon. Yes. No angel appeared except for the two already present and the graceful Shonofar, but she was in a league all her own. Nor was the statuesque singer paying them any mind. She had gathered a dozen souls around her, but one of them looked familiar. Please don't be my brother. Sovan craned her neck to see around Warrior Angel. He wasn't, but neither could she place him. I know I've seen him, and recently too. Maybe we crossed paths in the gray between. He'll be here soon. Can't she at least go aboard to wait? Warrior Angel pushed past Sovan. You know the rules. All mortals must be escorted beyond this point. Captain Angel folded his arms over his broad chest. He had a scimitar sheathed at his hip. Smoke wafted from its hilt, but it wasn't acrid. Sovan sniffed, her brow crinkling at the fresh scent. Was his sword burning incense? Well, why not? This was a crazy place. Why shouldn't pine-scented smoke waft off his sword? Fine, she'll stay here and wait for her guardian angel while I get back to my mortal. I left him in a dangerous situation. Warrior Angel unfolded her wings, but before she could fly off, a black, white, and violet blur intercepted her. Captain Angel grappled with Warrior Angel until a flash blinded Sovan. Unhand me Azariah, Warrior Angel said. When Sovan could see again, Captain Angel held Warrior Angel by her wrists, and a bluish glow banded her wings. He backed off, releasing Warrior Angel as requested, but he didn't release the binding on her wings. Warrior Angel gripped her sword, but didn't draw it. They were on the same side, after all. What did you do to me? I grounded you. Captain Angel straightened his robes. Why? Warrior Angel glared at him, and her hand hovered over her hilt. You know the rules. You can't leave a mortal unattended, not here. Since you brought her, she's your responsibility. Then I'll take her with me. God knows. That's where she wants to go. It was, but Sovan had to bite her tongue to keep from speaking out on her own behalf while the two angels decided her fate. But patience had never been her strong suit. No, that was Sarn's domain. Are you still alive, brother? Will I ever meet your son? Such unfair questions pummeled Sovan as she sat on a boulder to wait. That seemed to be her lot in the afterlife. You can't take her back, Azariah said. It's. Warrior Angel kneaded her temples. I know. It's against the rules. Then what am I supposed to do? Can you at least send someone to find her wayward guardian angel? Azariah shook his head. Regret darkened his violet eyes. I wish I could, but you need an archangel for that. Warrior Angel uttered a string of fricatives, vowels, and plosives that sounded like curse words. Who knew the angelic language came with its share of expletives? In fact, Sovan wished she could indulge in a good swear session herself, but that wouldn't help her case. Sovan hopped off the boulder and approached the deadlocked angels. So what now? Do we wait for his imp, my guardian angel, or do we hit up the first archangel we find and get a search and retrieve thing going? We can't just stand here for all eternity. My brother was in some serious trouble when I last saw him. Warrior Angel nodded, agreeing with her on the need for action and speed. You're right. We've both got places we need to be. Warrior Angel waved Sovan toward the boat and beyond it to the dead city's gates, not somewhere Sovan wanted to go, so she backed away from the gangplank. It seemed a lot longer than it was a few minutes ago. Warrior Angel gave her a wan smile and nodded to the beaten silver of the channel. We have to get across that. The nearest archangel is over there, and that channel is a no-fly zone. Oh yeah, then why is there a dragon flying over it? Sovan pointed at the circling dragon. If I could just get aboard and persuade that beast to take me back to the mortal world. Plans spun around her mind, but they faltered when no plausible method of reaching the dragon presented itself. Ghosts might flit about in stories, but so far Sovan had been as groundbound as a mortal during her stint as a ghost. Either generations of bards had lied about ghosts' ability to fly, or there was some trick Sovan hadn't discovered yet to make flight possible. She's there to make sure it stays a no-fly zone. Warrior Angel shrugged as if that was no big deal. Angels and demons both have wings, and from a distance, some demons are indistinguishable from true angels. Except true angels know the rules and follow them. That's why we haven't been fried yet, Azariah said. Sovan nodded, though that raised another question. Did dragons spit fire, ice water, or poisonous fumes? Legends disagreed on that point, but it could be important if she did figure out the trick of flying and decided to make a quick escape. Exactly. Now get aboard so we can cast off and get this over with. Time doesn't move at the same rate here as it does in the mortal realm, but it does move, and I need to get this over with fast. Warrior Angel prodded her back to get her moving. Sovan didn't need to be told twice. She skipped up the gangplank, glad she had a plan to execute, albeit a shaky one. Warrior Angel followed, but Azariah waited until they were both aboard before he joined them and removed the gangplank. Since we're going to be spending an unknown quantity of time together, can you at least tell me your name? I'm tired of mentally referring to you as Warrior Angel. Oh, and I'm Sovan. Sovan stuck out her hand, but Warrior Angel brushed past her as if she wasn't there. I know who you are. So how about a name? If we get separated, I need something to shout. Fine, call me Miserere Nobis. That's your name? Sovan stared at her back. Azariah laughed and leaned against the gunwale, slapping it until he sobered. What's so funny? Azariah shook his head. Miserere rolled her eyes, but she unbent enough to explain. It means God have mercy on us because we're going to need it. Oh, so that's not your name. How about I just call you Miser for short? Miserere Nobis is kind of a mouthful. Fine, this fiasco has become a misery for me. I might as well be called that until it's over. A gleaming horn rose out of the water, followed by a giant lizard's head. The creature, dragon, regarded them with glowing purple eyes. It was then Sovan realized the vessel's foremasts were sailless. They must be there for decoration, all except the second one from the stern. That one held a contraption that resembled a bird's nest aloft. Take us to the city as quickly as you can, Azariah said. The dragon's enormous mouth opened. It could swallow a third of the ship without even trying, it was so cavernous. As you wish. The dragon submerged, and the ship pulled away from the shore. There was still no sign of his imperiousness. What on earth was her liberated guardian angel doing? And why did the question fill Sovan with such dread? Was I an unwitting pawn in someone else's game? If so, whose game and what did they stand to win? I need to remember how I ended up in that gray place. Somehow, that must be the key because everything after that had been driven by two quarreling angels. Miser paced the deck. So not her, but could my guardian angel be in league with someone else? Sovan scanned the deck for somewhere to sit. The gunnels were keeping her from sliding off that pristine deck into the turbulent channel, and a raised half-deck at the prow where a gold wheel spun when the dragon changed directions. There wasn't a single bench, just a latch which led to an empty hold. Good thing this wasn't a long ride. What's my guardian angel's name? Sovan asked. Malachiah, Azariah said as he strode toward the wheel. He spun it, and the bow, a few degrees clockwise to line up with the widening gap in the multi-story gates opening to admit them. He claims he was in the gray between with me, if so then why didn't I see him? Azariah didn't answer. Miser did as she finished another lap around the deck. Because you're not supposed to, not until you decide to move on from there. The gray between has no light but what you bring it. No memory but what you feed it. No time but what you give it. It's a place of forgetting, of leaving life behind and embracing your higher self so you can move on. But you didn't. Miser spun on her heel and glared at Sovan. Redemption is a finely tuned system, and you're throwing it off. I deserve that. Sovan turned away, but the dead city rushed toward her. Its waiting dock was no more than a couple man-lengths away, and closing. And I still don't have a workable plan. God have mercy on us indeed. Chapter 18. No mercy here. Miser disembarked before the ship had come to a complete stop. As soon as her sandals touched the cobbled street, she set off with Sovan in tow. After a series of turns, the street widened, until a dragon could pass unhindered. None did. But the crystal spires rose as the distance between them and the shore mounted. They didn't pass a single soul or angel. Where are all the people? Sovan gestured to the empty boulevard. They're here. You just can't see them because their souls evolved beyond your level. Shouldn't I see their angels? Misere shook her head. Not unless they reveal themselves to you, and none would since you're my charge. Nor did Misere sound happy about that, as she scanned the skyline. She selected the tallest purple spire, and marched toward it as if she had an army at her back instead of one lost soul. Sovan tagged along until a shadow caught her eye. It leaned against the side of a purple building, and crooked a gnarled finger at her. Did I finally find a soul to talk to? You want to know if he's okay, don't you? If who's okay? In answer, the shadow cupped its hand, and a vortex formed on its palm. As it spun, it contracted into a black orb, floating above that skeletally thin hand. Don't be dense. You know who I mean. With that, the figure scuttled deeper into the alley, leaving Sovan with a dilemma: follow or catch up to Misere. Not a hard decision. If there's any way to know if my twin is okay, I must take it no matter how strange it might be. Sovan entered the lane winding between the crystalline structures scraping the sky, but none had any doors or windows. Since this was a city full of flyers, these spires must have rooftop access. Besides height, they differed in their gradations of purple. The two spires Sovan passed between were smoky at their roots, but they shaded to a deep purple at their apexes. Others were deep violet at their bases, that lightened to lavender at their tops. The lane narrowed until it was no more than 3 feet wide. Still, Sovan kept following, until it widened into a circular courtyard with a fountain, but the angel perched on its basin wasn't right. Her robes were ragged and soiled, but they were the same ones Warrior Angel wore. But unlike Misere, this angel's dull eyes had shrunken into her head and darkened until they were a purple so deep, they were almost black. The gaunt angel had graying skin, and frizzy black hair slowly escaping from the half-dozen combs, clips, and other ornaments trying to tame it. Look all you want, girlie. I might not be as pretty as your horse-faced guide, but I'm still an angel, and I'm the only ally you have in this place. The grubby angel held out her hand, and the black orb emitted a brownish light. Within it, a small child of 4 or 5 appeared. He looked exactly like Sarn did at his tender age. Those iridescent green eyes wide with fear captured her heart as he sat, hugging a stuffed bear 1/3 his size. The gaunt angel didn't need to tell Sovan who this cowering child was. Her heart identified him as her nephew, the one the demon had mentioned. Oh, my little lamb, I wish I'd seen your birth and held you in my arms. Sovan extended her arms to comfort him, but the boy drew back in fear. His eyes were fixed on something outside this strange window. But the images inside the orb winked out before Sovan laid a finger on it. Oh no, he's in trouble, and I'm stuck here where I can't help him. Do something. He's in danger. The sickly angel shook her head and cast her bruised eyes on the flagstones under her bare feet. Help me leave this place. It mutes my power. Then I can help you. The angel's skeletal fingers closed around the orb, hiding it. Can angels even get sick? Sovan didn't know, but now didn't seem like an appropriate time to ask. How? I can't even escape this place. The angel's wings drooped and smoked. They were sooty and missing more than a few feathers, but they might still be flight-worthy. Too bad the creature was melting into the shadows, as a bright light shined out of the alley behind Sovan. What's going on here? As Misere halted, she surveyed at the circular plaza. Sovan shook her head. She needed time to process that bizarre encounter. I wish Mother had been religious, or my twin was more interested in eternal things. Then I might have some clue about who or what I was just talking to, and whether she can deliver on her offer. But her dear twin had loved stories about the Guardians, not religious stories. Sarn used to return every evening from scavenging or begging, his face flushed with excitement to regale her with a new tale he'd heard the old bard of Nimbledon tell. If any of them featured angels or the afterlife as anything other than a footnote, Sovan couldn't recall them. Come, we're wasting time. It might not move at the same pace here as it does in the mortal world, but it does move, and we'd best move with it. Mizere gestured to the way she'd just come, until her violet eyes fixed on a patch of retreating shadow. For a moment, she seemed about to say something. How much further is it? Sovan asked as she passed Mizere. The center of Eversong? Mizere wiped the troubled look from her face. Not far. Where's Eversong? That's the name of this city. Don't you hear the choirs of angels singing? Mizere regarded her for the first time since they'd arrived. No, all I see are deserted streets and gigantic crystals. It's a dead city all right, and a silent one. Sovan waved to the repetitive scenery. Mizere shook her head in disbelief, but didn't take the opening to comment. Instead, she led Sovan out of the alley and touched the side of another spire. A recessed door slid open. What's in there? Sovan poked her head in, but it was too dark to see anything. Carantus, the archangel we need to see. As Mizere slipped past her, her violet glowing eyes lit a purple stairwell. Sovan stepped over the threshold and waited for Mizere to do her angel thing and fly them to the top, but Mizere just started climbing. Aren't we going to fly to the top? Why bother? It's only 100 steps. Surely you can handle that. Of course I can. I just thought it would be faster since time is of the essence and all that rot. Sovan hurried past the angel as they rounded a bend. It would be a spiral staircase, of course. She'd forgotten how much she detested those. It is, but I like taking the stairs. It's the same amount of effort either way, so I don't see the point of skipping them. Because they're annoying? But Sovan kept her comments to herself. She was already in enough trouble. When they reached the only landing this place had, a door slid open, revealing a long empty hallway. There weren't even any windows, just more purple crystals, because Sovan hadn't seen enough of that annoying substance yet. Why is everything purple here? Because God designed it so. A true violet occurs rarely in the mortal realm. It's a kingly color. Mizere shrugged. She didn't get the point. So, purple is his favorite color? He doesn't have a favorite anything. He loves us all equally. Then why are you an angel and I'm a ghost? Sovan bit her lip. Now wasn't the time to ask. Hadn't Mizere already said life wasn't fair? Apparently, neither was the afterlife. The corridor didn't end in a chamber or anything so grand. It just dead-ended on a balcony with a sweeping view of more purple spires. At least from this vantage, they were looking down at them rather than up. So where is this archangel? Sovan waved to the empty balcony. Mizere's brow furrowed as she surveyed the scene and came to the same conclusion. The angel they needed wasn't here, and likely hadn't been for some time, unless the lack of furniture was an angelic affectation. He should be here. Mizere circled the 10 by 8 foot space and glanced over the balustrade, which was also purple, in case the archangel in question was hanging from its underside. No such luck though. Wait here. I'll check the rest of the place. Maybe he's in another room. This place has other rooms? Of course it does. It's a tower. After that stunner, Mizere stalked out without another word, leaving Sovan to glare at the view. It was a nice vista, if one liked the color purple. Crystal spires shrank as they marched toward the hammered metal of the sea. Those multi-story gates, which weren't pearly at all, were closed now, hiding the channel and the far shore where the veil to the mortal realm and answers waited. "Excuse me, but should you be up here without an escort?" Sovan pivoted and came eye to giant eye with a dragon. Chapter 19. Interrogated by a dragon. The dragon perched on the steep roof and looked down at her. "You're a dragon?" Sovan goggled at the creature. "What else would I be?" As the dragon preened, it showed off its violet scales because everything here was some shade of purple. "And you must be a lost soul. So, why are you up here, and where's your guardian angel?" "You see, that's the problem. My guardian angel has gone missing, and I'm trying to locate him." "Really? A derelict angel?" The dragon's violet eyes sparkled as it rubbed two of its hand-like appendages together. Maybe the other hand-like appendage gripping the crystalline tower's apex was its foot. "Why couldn't you have been interested in dragon anatomy when we were kids, bro? How do I convince this dragon to fly me out of here?" Sovan suppressed a sigh and refocused on her scaly interlocutor. "If that's true, then how did you get up here? The doors don't open for unattended mortals. Who brought you?" As the dragon glared at her, it leaned in until its eye was almost touching her. Maybe it could see better that way. Sovan backed up and off the balcony. Apparently the rail was there to stop angels, not lost souls or ghosts or whatever she was now. For the umpteenth time, Sovan fell until something caught her. This time, it was a scaly hand, which was violet of course. "You didn't answer my question. Is that a habit of yours?" The dragon lifted her until Sovan was eye to eye with it. "Look, coming here wasn't my idea. I wanted to go back and help my brother, but no, Miserere Nobis, Misere for short, who won't even tell me her proper name, dragged me to this purple purgatory instead. Now I'm stuck here until someone fetches my wayward guardian angel. Meanwhile, my brother, my nephew, and like a dozen ghosts are in mortal peril. But no one will help them because there's this balance thing, and violating it might cause who knows what to happen." "I see. This sounds complicated." But the dragon's eyes were sparkling even more than before, and it kept flexing its free hands. "Have you spoken to Carantus about it?" "No, he's not here." "Of course not, he usually walks the beach at this hour." "I'll take you to him." Before Sovan could say another word, the dragon leapt off the roof, executed a barrel roll, and tossed her over its shoulder. She scrabbled for a hold on the spiny ridge running the length of the dragon's back. As they plummeted, bat wings snapped out, buffeting Sovan as she gripped those spade-shaped plates. Their fall finally leveled off into a glide, which ended abruptly when the dragon pulled its wings in close to its body and plummeted. Sovan bit back a scream. "I'm already dead. The dragon can't kill me a second time." Then why did her stomach feel like it had dropped into her feet? The beach rushed up to meet them. But the dragon pulled up at the last possible second to land, wings upraised on its hind legs in an overly dramatic pose. Of all the dragons I could have bumped into, I had to find an exhibitionist. It figures. Sovan slid to the ground, grateful to still be in one piece, and stumbled on shaky legs to the nearest boulder. She plopped down on it and crossed "Ride a Dragon" off her to-do list. When I travel back to the mortal realm to help my brother, it won't be on a dragon. Hell no, Sovan had barely survived that cross-city jaunt. I'm not crossing between realities or whatever medium separates the afterlife from the mortal realm on any creature's back. No thank you. Maybe Misere would fly her back if she asked nicely. Sovan rubbed her face, and for the first time since waking up in that gray place, she felt the friction of her hands against her skin, and it felt good. So she kept rubbing since there was nothing to rub off. She didn't have a real face, just a facsimile of one. So I brought her to you. I did good, right? Asked the too eager dragon as it finished its account. Either it was a young dragon, or all dragons in this strange place got overly excited by the appearance of strangers in their ordered world. It was probably the latter. This place didn't seem like much changed about it, from millennium to millennium. An angel, possibly Charontis, cleared his throat. You did well. Why don't you see if Amaltheris has something for you to do? Yes, sir. The overenthusiastic dragon hopped over Sovan, and she ducked to give it more clearance. The dragon flapped once, then splashed into the water. Without a backward glance, the dragon paddled away, soaking everything within 100 feet of the shore. Thankfully, it was warm here, or perhaps ghosts couldn't get cold anymore. Either way, it didn't matter. Amaltheris, where have I heard that name before? Sovan racked her brain for the answer, until Charontis took pity on her. She's the lead dragon here. She assigns all the wings their duties. Right, I knew that. There was a story Sarn had liked, which had mentioned that dragon. Thoughts of her brother hurt her heart. Hang in there, bro. I'm coming. It just might take a while. I'm not exactly the master of my destiny right now. So, how much of what Ars said is correct? She's awfully young and, his voice trailed off as Charontis sought a good descriptor. Excitable? Sovan suggested. That too. Charontis sighed as a much larger dragon swooped over them and landed on the multi-story gates enclosing this little port and its beach. The new dragon perched on the eroding heads of the stone dragons forming the bottom tier of those massive gates. The middle part was a complicated hinged affair that allowed the gate to swing wide to let ships enter. Though why bother when the dragon pulling the ship could just lift it over the gate? The more I see of this place, the less sense it makes, Sovan reflected wryly. Though maybe that was by design. It was hard to fear the whole redemption thing when presented with the illogical and the fantastic at every turn. Hell, it had even lulled her for a time. So maybe its designer knew what he was doing. The two dragons stared at each other. They can talk mind to mind? Sovan's jaw dropped open. Oh bro, wait till I tell you about this. It'll blow your mind and your little boys too. Sort of. It's hard to explain and not relevant to this discussion. I'd like to hear about your missing guardian angel and the situation with your brother. It doesn't add up. Relief washed away some of her worries. At last, someone wanted to listen. Sovan took a moment to compose her thoughts before delving into her tale for this flaxen-haired angel. Stick to the facts. Unlike your brother, this angel can probably sense the truth when he hears it, and I need him on my side. That ended up being harder than Sovan had realized. Making smart comments about everything had become an essential part of her nature. But she resisted the urge. When Sovan had finished her tale, she waited while yet another angel decided her fate. This is becoming an annoying habit, and I need to break it as soon as possible. So, there's a demon on the loose and no one's trying to stop it? Asked another angel. This one was female. Sovan swiveled around on her perch and stared. At some point during her story, Shonofar had traded shores. She leaned against another boulder and shook her dark head. My brother is trying to stop him, but he needs help. Sovan clenched her fists in her lap. And help he shall have. Shonofar touched her hip, and a sheath holding a blazing sword materialized under her hand. Did all angels have flaming swords? How can I get my hands on one? Could I become an angel? How exactly are angels made? Were they created, or did the lost souls who went through this redemption cycle come out as angels on the other side? If so, I want in after I save my brother, of course. That had to come first. Blood would always be more important than anything else, and they had an unbreakable bond. Sovan touched it and knew it still connected her to him. Just hang on, I'm coming soon. Help is on the way, or rather on the wing. Or it was until Misair arrived. So, this is where you ran off to? I'm not even going to ask how you got here. Misair planted her fists on her hips and regarded them with unreadable eyes. There was this dragon and he. She, Carantas corrected. She kidnapped me. I did mention you, but she thought he should hear my tale pronto, so here we are. Sovan spread her hands. Couldn't Misair see things had gotten out of hand? And there's a demon who needs to be cut down to size. Let's not forget about him. His very presence on the mortal plane is an affront to our Lord. Shonofar stroked her smoking hilt like a pet, and Carantas watched her. The corners of her mocha lips quirked. Oh, Shonofar was quite aware of the effect she was having, and she enjoyed it too. Well, did angels have sweethearts? If so, those two must be inseparable in their off hours. Dear me, did I crash their standing date? Sovan blushed at the thought. But that would explain Shonofar's sudden appearance, and why Carantas was down here instead of in his tower doing archangel stuff. In fact, a picnic basket sat in the shade of another boulder, proving her supposition was correct. Don't worry. You're not interrupting anything. He and I have been married in so many lifetimes, we've lost track. Shonofar turned her left hand over and indeed, there was a plain gold band on her ring finger. Carantas wore its mate. I didn't know angels could get married. Nor did Sovan know what to do with that information, now that she knew. Shonofar's shoulders twitched in a faint shrug. We've always been married to each other. So we paid our dues and bided our time until our training wings came off. Then we asked and waited. I don't think any other angels have ever asked him about marriage. But we did. Since it didn't conflict with our work, he blessed our union. Shonofar smiled and caught her husband's hand. They both wore white robes, but unlike Misair's, which featured violet and silver bands at the hem, theirs were gold and violet. The gold must denote their archangel status. Sovan added them to her list of beings to never piss off. About then, Carantas and Misair ended their debate. By the sound of things, he was taking the warrior angel to task for her decisions. Well, it's about time someone took my brother's side. Sovan tried not to grin in triumph. That would just sour things even more between her and Misair. And I'll need that warrior angel on my side and Sarn's. So when do we leave? Misair shot Sovan a look. Was it relief at being able to go back to her charge, or anger for getting to the archangel first? Sovan regarded Misair and hoped her face said, we're on the same side. But Misair didn't think so. The warrior angel stalked away and fumed. Maybe I should cut her some slack. This can't be easy for her. She's my brother's guardian angel. The separation must be killing her, especially since we left my lovable brother in some serious trouble. But part of Sovan hoped that abandonment was a knife twisting in Misair's heart, just like it was in hers. Sovan folded her arms and waited. I'll wave Amaltheris over and we can go. Shonofar gave her husband's pale hand one more squeeze. But he held on, and she met his violet eyes with a raised brow. Just promise me you won't run into any mysterious portals. Let someone else do that. We've already gone to hell and back once. Let's not repeat that anytime soon. Carantas squeezed her hand again. Is that an ultimatum, my love? Shonofar laughed. Sovan turned her back to give the couple a moment to say a proper goodbye. By the rustle of clothes behind her, they got straight to that goodbye kiss the instant she looked away. Good for them. I wonder if Carantas had blue eyes in life to match those loose flaxen waves. Sovan sighed and refocused on her mission. But her mind kept wandering back to the differences between the three angels. Carantas was so pale, his skin was nearly translucent next to Mizer's golden brown tan, and Shonofar's black with russet undertones. The two women practically glowed with health in comparison. Was he ill or something? There were other differences too, and they went beyond the gold stripes on the two archangels' robes. Shonofar's sword had a longer hilt than Mizer's. Maybe that was a personal preference, but Sovan doubted it. Mizer was more muscular, and she oozed toughness even when she was just standing there. "Is everyone here an archangel?" she asked because someone had to. "No," Carantas replied, signaling it was safe to turn around. "There are plenty of other angels here. You just can't see them." "Ah, but only us archangels are full-time residents," his wife said. "Angels like Misraya are part of the redemption cycle, and as such, they are just passing through as they move up through the ranks." "But you're not." Shonofar shook her head. "No, someone has to run things. Which is why we can't both go with you. One of us must stay here." Shonofar gave her husband a look that said, "I got this one, hun. You can have the next mission, maybe." She winked at him. Carantas shrugged. "For's a crowd anyway. And it wouldn't do for this place to be without any guardians. What if Michael or Gabriel shows up?" Shonofar's face reflected her skepticism. Before Sovan could ask about the two archangels even she'd heard of, Shonofar tugged her toward the water and waved to the two dragons. Perhaps those winged lizards could sense when they were needed, because both shot hopeful looks their way. "We need to get across the channel. Will you lift the no-fly rule so we can zip over there?" Shonofar asked. "You know I can't," the larger dragon said in a basso profundo rumble. "Our lord and master charged me with keeping the skies over his island clear, and that's what I'll do." Shonofar just nodded as if she'd expected that answer. "Fine, then would you fly us across?" "I don't think that's against the rules." "For you, my lady, it's not." The dragon perched on top of the gates bowed in Shonofar's direction, as if she were an ancient queen. Maybe she was. Who knew what Shonofar had done in those past lives she'd mentioned? Shonofar must have guessed the drift of her thoughts because she winked at Sovan and lowered her voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "Oh, I've been everything you can imagine at one time or another. A pauper, a pirate, a king, a kite maker, a martyr, a marauder, and even a baker once. Oh, the stories I could tell you." Her violet eyes danced. "But another time. Come, Amaltheris, if you would ferry us, I'd be most grateful. As I said, I can carry you and Misraya, but not the lost soul standing to your left. She must stay. Unrepentant souls are not allowed to pass out of these gates once they've entered." That is a bit of a problem. Rules are rules for a reason." Shonofar considered that. "Yes, they are, but there must be some flexibility in them for exceptional circumstances." Sovan drew herself up to her full height, which had increased since her run-in with her grown brother. It was only fair. Had she lived, she'd have grown into an uncommonly tall woman, not as tall as he was, but certainly within an inch or three of him. And he was a giant, standing somewhere north of 6 feet. So Sovan was a head taller than the ebony angel, who was shaking her head. "Breaking the rules here has grave consequences. I'm not starting Armageddon just because you refuse to stay here. That's off the table." Shonofar folded her arms, and the afterlife's shantos hardened her stare as she became every inch a warrior in her own right. "I must accompany you. My brother and I share a link." Sovan gestured to Mizer or Misraya or whatever her brother's guardian angel's name was now. "Said something bad would happen if that link breaks. I'm not sure if it's world-ending bad, but certainly balance shattering at the very least. From what I understand, this balance thing is a complicated engine. One you don't want to break. So if what she said is true, just my being here is throwing a great many things out of whack. Sovan returned the Archangel's stare with interest. She had no idea if what she just said made sense, but it sounded good. Anything was worth a try at this point. Is that true? Shonofar glanced at Misair or Miss Raya, or whatever her name was. Yes, though, I don't know if her being here is stressing the system. I do know her extended stay in the Grey Between did. Her guardian angel said as much before he disappeared. Interesting. Shonofar tilted her head as she studied Sovan. I see something all right, but I don't know if it's a link. It is, Karantas said. He'd heard every word. I see it, and I think I'd better come with you. I've never seen anything like that. Can we both go? Won't that leave this place unguarded? Shonofar turned to face him. Amaltheris harumphed, and the indignant dragon drew itself up to its full height. It had to shift its weight to balance on the closed gates. Am I not deterrent enough, if trouble comes calling? Of course you are. But the kind of trouble my love is talking about won't come from the sky. And I'm afraid you won't be much use against it. Was there trouble in heaven? Sovan flashed back to that sickly angel in the courtyard and her offer, and shivered. Oh, she had a good idea what trouble Karantas meant, and it raised a lot of questions, which could all be asked and answered later when her brother's life wasn't hanging in the balance. You should stay here then. There's no sense in us all going if that will leave this place vulnerable to attack. Sovan looked at Karantas, and her eyes pleaded with him. Someone had to preserve the fantastic illogic of this place for those arriving souls. They deserved it. We'll be fine without you. I hope. Something flashed across Karantas's face, too fast to identify. He either knew or suspected something about this whole business. There's more going on than even I know. I should have guessed. When has anything been simple? Not since she'd left that gray place, and Sovan wasn't even certain if things had been simple there either. Too many memories of her time in the Grey Between were missing. And if Misair, Miss Raya had told the truth, she might never recover those memories. The Grey Between has no memory but that which you give it, Miss Raya had said. Sovan shuddered in remembrance. That place was a leech, but why did it take away her memories? What purpose in the overall scheme of things did that serve? Later, Sovan could ask that. Right now, she needed to get those angels moving. Time wouldn't slow down again, and she didn't know how much time had passed in the mortal world since Miss Raya had kidnapped her. Hopefully, it's only been a few moments. Please hold on, bro. All right, so if I can't cross the channel, what are my other options? You don't have any. You can't go through the redemption cycle without your guardian angel, and he's not here. Miss Raya threw her hands up in surrender. It would take too long anyway. Shouldn't he have shown up by now? It feels like I've spent more than enough time here for him to get over his sulk and fly by for a long overdue chat. Sovan planted her fists on her hips and unconsciously echoed Miss Raya's wide-legged stance. It was past time, Miser's face said that quite clearly. Even Shonofar and Karantas looked worried. Something must have happened to him, Sovan regarded each of them in turn. She saved the dragon for last, and gifted the violet giant gatekeeper with a good glare. If I can't go forward, then backward is my only option. Surely you all see that. They did. Even the dragon snapped its jaws in frustration. But Sovan's logic was sound. They must let me go. There was no other way. So let's go fetch him. Chapter 20. Can ghosts burn? I'm done talking. So was her audience. Sovan stalked toward the dragon. Its back arched and smoke hissed out of its mouth. Well, that answered that question. This dragon did breathe fire. It leapt across the water, separating the gates from the shore. Could ghosts burn? Am I still a ghost? When Sovan checked, she was still gray and transparent, no alteration there. Leaving the gray between had done nothing for her soul's appearance. Nor did she feel any different. You shall not pass. The dragon barred her way. Watch me. Sovan faked left and cut right. Fire scorched the ground where she'd stood, and a wave washed over her head, but it didn't drag her out into the bay as the second dragon pounced. In fact, Sovan didn't feel the water's touch at all. It appeared to flow through her body, without interacting with whatever formed her, unlike earlier when it had drenched her. Maybe something about me has changed since then. Sovan met the larger dragon's determined stare. Can you really hurt me? This time she didn't dodge. The younger dragon ran right through Sovan. It was the oddest feeling, that fraction of a second when they both occupied the same space. Sovan was both dragon and woman in that moment, and fire was her salvation. Sovan held up her hand to block the jet of flames the larger dragon shot her way, but a hand caught her arm and jerked her aside. Damn, I wanted to know if I was fireproof. Stop this. There's another way, Carontes said. One that would preserve the rules and accomplish your goal. Not the mirror, Shonofar paled. Even though Misraya took an involuntary step backward. What mirror? Sovan pivoted to face him. I'll show you. Without another word, Carontes left the beach. What mirror? But no matter how many ways Sovan rephrased her question, he didn't answer. Shonofar caught up with him, and they walked hand in hand up the deserted street. If there were other angels and souls in the middle of redeeming or repenting or whatever went on here, Sovan still couldn't see them. But the skin between her shoulder blades itched. As Sovan scratched the spot, which kept shifting around, she glanced over her shoulder. There was no sign of that sickly angel, or anyone else for that matter. But she felt a pair of malevolent eyes boring into her increasingly itchy back. I must have picked up a skin disorder in the gray between, or while body hopping. I did possess myself as a child, my twin, a demon, and a dragon. Fate only knows what else I picked up. Maybe I should quit occupying other people until my skin stops itching. But she wouldn't. Possession was the only perk that came with being a ghost. What mirror? Sovan asked Misraya in a vain attempt to distract herself from the itchy bumps multiplying across her back. The warrior angel looked as uncomfortable as the other two at the mere mention of it, but her jaw was set in defiance. It's a shard of eternity. At least I think that's what they're referring to. What does that even mean? I don't know. No one does. There are just whispers about it. But they all agree on one thing. It's a piece of our universe from before there was time. Sovan just stared at the warrior angel. What was she supposed to say to that? She hadn't even known the universe had existed before there was such a thing as time. Of course, before now, Sovan had never needed to consider that. What are you doing? Misraya asked. You look like a cat. Scratching my back. It itches. I think I'm allergic to purple. Sovan rubbed her back against the corner of the same fate's damned spire where she'd met the young dragon, Aris, earlier. It made a great scratching post, and she sighed with relief. Why am I not surprised we're back here? The afterlife really is one big circle, cycle. Carontes touched the polished crystal wall in front of him, and opened a secret panel. Purple light spilled out of a purple staircase, and the itching intensified. Maybe I'm allergic to all this purple. The bumps on her back were also larger and more inflamed, especially on the backs of her shoulders. A few even oozed. Maybe she should leave those alone. Fates knew all the scratching she'd done hadn't helped. Reluctantly, Sovan left her scratching post and stalked into that stairwell. Up the stairs they went, winding from level to level because why fly when you can climb? If I had wings, I'd fly everywhere. This is ridiculous. At least the climbing took her mind off the burning itch spreading along her back. Before Sovan could work up a good head of steam, she trudged up the last few steps and entered a long hallway. But it wasn't the same one as earlier. This corridor had doors. Carontes opened one and ushered them inside. Sovan drew up short. This chamber wasn't purple. It was gray. She spun on her heel and took in the cheerless place at the heart of this giant purple pyramid. What is this place? It looks like it was extracted from a fortress. For all I know, it was. Carontes shrugged, then led them past the bookshelves crammed with dusty volumes. The writing on their blue spines was faded, though still quite legible to someone who could read the angelic script. Sovan hurried past them to a large rough-hewn table that belonged in a dim tavern with violent clientele. What was it doing here? Carontes fingered a gray cloth, then glanced at them. Are you ready? Ready for what? What have I gotten myself into? Sovan hugged herself to keep from scratching. It's under there? I thought it was larger. Miss Raya stepped in close to examine the cloth. The short answer, a window into the mortal realm. You really don't want the full answer. Shonofar laid her hand over her husband's. Why not? Miss Raya shot both archangels a curious look, and Sovan echoed it. Because I don't want to know. Shonofar glared at them, confirming her silent husband didn't either. There are some things that should never be dreamt of in our philosophy, because they'd give us nightmares. This is one of those things. Trust me on that. Shonofar nodded to Carontes. He whisked the cloth aside, then backed away, taking his wife with him. Think of your guardian angel, and the glass should show him to you. Maybe it would, but there was someone Sovan would much rather see. Show me my brother Sarn. Chapter 21. Through a mirror darkly. Sovan leaned over the jagged silver shard and resisted the urge to run its sharp, irregular edge along her back. The teardrop-shaped mirror was the size of a human head. As she peered into the mirror, her reflection shattered, and the resulting particles spun widdershins as they accreted into a pair of black horns. Below them, a three-dimensional shadow took shape, ending in a pair of goat's legs complete with cloven hooves. The demon's face shifted between the scaly appearance of seared flesh and a goaty devil grinning in satisfaction as it seized a handful of her brother's hair and yanked his head back. The demon pressed a sword against the pulse beating in his throat. No, even as Sovan reached for that terrible image, she felt the wrongness of it. It was a thread of disquiet weaving between her panicked thoughts. No, this isn't right. When I left, the demon was reeling from my attack. Where was my brother? Sovan couldn't remember anything except that heart-rending moment when their gazes had crossed, and realization had flashed through his eyes. Everything after that was a tad blurry. The scene disassembled slower than before, as it rewound the fight her brother was destined to lose without help. Now the demon was monologuing, but the mirror had no sound, so Sovan missed the demon's master plan again. It was clear he had one, and he was well placed to complete it. But what the hell are you doing, and why did you involve my brother in your plans? How do I stop it? I don't want to go back. I want to go forward to right after I left. What happened after that? Sovan asked. No one answered, nor could Sovan tear her eyes away from the mirror to find out why. Sarn was running backward across a dark meadow now. Behind him, a craggy mountain rose. Shiari had so many mountains. It was impossible to tell which one it was, nor did it matter since she couldn't fly there. Everything blurred around him as time rewound faster and faster. Sarn argued with a grizzled man in an office crammed with dragon statues. Before that, he explored a cave system carved out by one of Shiari's stone-loving magic races with a small boy, whose wide eyes and non-stop grins told her how much he enjoyed the adventure. "Hello, little one, you're my nephew. I wish I could hug you." Sovan brushed a tear from her eyes. Maybe she'd have a chance someday if he survived that demon's spiky goons. "Go forward. I need to know what's happening now." Sovan shook the mirrored shard and it cut her palm. Blood welled from the wound, but it wasn't the gray ectoplasm of a ghost, nor was it the claret of a mortal woman. No, the blood oozing onto the mirror was a luminous lavender. Miss Raya gasped. "Your hand, look at your hand." "What about my hand?" Sovan asked as she smeared the lavender blood on the mirror and activated a long-dormant spell. Particles of light flew out of the mirror and seized the chain connecting her to her brother. "I'll never leave you," whispered the promise that had formed it. As its echoes faded, Sovan jerked forward and banged her hand on the table as that chain disappeared into the mirror, pulling her down, down, down into a spiraling gray vortex. "Not again, I really hate that gray place." A hand grasped her ankle, Miss Raya's of course. She'd know that calloused hand anywhere. Sovan glanced over her shoulder and stared at the mysterious bulge, straining the seams of her dress. "Did I pick up a passenger somewhere in the city?" Sovan didn't feel anything clinging to her back. But the itching was subsiding into an intensifying ache as her gaze crossed with Miss Raya's. "What's happening?" "I don't know. This thing is outside my experience," Miss Raya admitted, as she clutched Sovan's ankle. "Don't worry. This was supposed to happen. You activated the gate spell. That's all," Shonofar said from somewhere above. The warrior bard of the afterlife held tightly to Miss Raya's arm and brandished her flaming sword in her free hand. Fire shot out of its tip and lassoed something, jerking Sovan to a halt. But the promise kept pulling her back to her brother. He was her anchor. The link wouldn't still be active if he was dead. Sovan's hope soared. Finally, she had proof of life, but how long would he remain among the living without help? "I must give my two angel minders the slip and get down there." As Sovan gripped that tenuous connection to him, she became that little girl again who'd stabbed the heavens with her stick as she made a promise not even death, 2 dragons, a pack of memory-eating pachyderms, or 5 angels could break. But it seemed so fragile the link 2 children had created. Only a few whispered words had formed it. How could such a promise ever be a bad thing? We were innocent babes, he and I. We didn't know his magic would bind us to every word we spoke. How could we have known? Holding them responsible for that was inconsiderate and downright mean. Sovan twisted and kicked in an attempt to break Miss Raya's grip while she glared at a familiar gray plane. It was between her and the mortal world where Sarn was. "Why am I not surprised I must go through my least favorite place in the afterlife to reach you, bro? I can't seem to escape that gray place for long." Sovan shook her head as that gnarled forest took shape under her. The bond connecting her to her brother plunged right through its center, of course. Everything must come full circle, whether Sovan wanted it to or not. "I doubt I can just drop through. I'm sure those memory eaters are waiting to snack on me again." Sovan must avoid that at all costs. But first, she must break Miss Raya's iron grip. Chapter 22. Just winging it. "Let go of me." Sovan kicked her feet. "But you'll fall." Miss Raya didn't let go. "True, but I'm dead, so it won't hurt much." Sovan met Miss Raya's anxious eyes and froze, startled by the depth of feeling there. "I misjudged her. She really cares for me." Miss Raya tightened her grip. I have a better idea, Shonofar said. But she didn't explain, and Sovan didn't see what the Archangel's better idea entailed, because the ground rushed up to meet her. And that wasn't something she wanted to see, so she shut her eyes and threw her arms up to protect her head. Pain tore through Sovan's back as her skin split and something burst forth, tearing her shift. What's happening to me? Feathers brushed her arms as Sovan struggled to hold the scraps of her dress together for modesty's sake. She plummeted headfirst, unable to right herself because something was leveling off her dive, and she dared not disturb it. But her back throbbed, disproving her earlier supposition. She could still get hurt, even though she was technically still a ghost. This might hurt a bit. But Sovan didn't hit the ground. Previously unused muscles in her back flexed and stretched, and she glided upward. Sovan opened her eyes. I'm flying. I finally got my wings. She punched the stormy sky, then touched down gently on her feet. Both angels gaped at her as Sovan turned, admiring her white wings. They were perfect. She grinned. It's about time I earned a pair. Watch out. World. I'm winged and dangerous. She wasn't gray anymore either. A lavender line crossed her palm, and it took a moment for the cut to register. Why am I bleeding, and why's my blood purple? A thought niggled at Sovan as she stared at her bleeding hand and waited for an answer. I've seen this before, but it wasn't blood, or I didn't know it was at the time. Where did I see it? Nothing came to mind except a nagging feeling this discovery was important. Wait a minute, I have wings now, and I'm bleeding God's favorite color. Am I an angel? Sovan glanced at the two angels and hoped so. No way, no how. Miss Raya shook her head, but an odd look crossed her face as she turned away. That angel suspected something. You didn't go through the redemption cycle. You can't be an angel. You weren't reborn in the spirit. It's not possible. I don't know what you are, but you're not an angel. And the changes in Sovan upset the prickly guardian angel more with every passing minute. But Shonofar just looked thoughtful. Her violet eyes had seen many ages come and go, so she wasn't as shocked as Miss Raya. Don't worry. After we find your wayward guardian angel, we'll get you sorted. I'm sure there's an explanation for this. Right, we're supposed to find his imperiousness and drag his sulking butt back to that purple city. Not Sovan's idea of fun. Before we do that, could one of you repair my dress, please? Sovan's knees knocked together in terror at the idea of wandering around naked. Nudity would attract the wrong kind of attention. You poor dear, of course. Shonofar touched Sovan's new wings and encouraged them to fold up and wink out of sight. Where'd my wings go? I just got them. Hush now, they're still there. They're just tucked away until you need them. Oh well, that explained why Sovan still hadn't seen the Archangel's wings. Maybe it wasn't polite to walk around with your wings showing. Come to think of it, Sovan had only seen Miss Raya's wings when the angel was in flight. The same went for his imperiousness. Both Carantus and that handsome Captain Angel what's-his-name had both appeared wingless when she saw them. Only that sickly angel had shown hers, but there was something wrong with that angel, and it went deeper than her dishevelment. Shonofar's warm hand rubbed Sovan's back through the shreds of her shift, and light violet, of course, spread through the fabric, altering its drape until it resembled an unadorned angel's robe. It even bore purple slashes at the hem, collar, and sleeves, but no other stripes. Wings check. Purple and white togs check. When do I get a flaming sword? Sovan pivoted as she checked all the important parts were covered by her ankle-length outfit. They were, and what a relief that was, but her wardrobe upgrade didn't include a matching sheath. Oh well, maybe next time. Thank you. Shonofar shrugged off her thanks and eyed their drab surroundings. It was nothing. I'm glad I could help. Now will someone please tell me where we are? Chapter 23. The Return of the Grey. Why hasn't anyone come to greet us? We've been standing here talking for a while now. Shonofar fingered her blade. The Grey Between, don't you recognize it? Miss Raya shot the Archangel an unreadable look. She was doing that a lot lately. No, it wasn't this bleak or colorless the last time I passed through here. I hardly recognize the place. It's taken the whole grey part of its title a little too seriously. Don't you think? It didn't always look like this? Sovan asked while she scanned for memory-siphoning mists and monsters. One or both should have appeared by now. Why were they absent? What were those wrinkly beasts doing? Plotting to steal her memories, no doubt. No, the afterlife is what you make of it. When a lot of people believe the same thing, you get this. As Shonofar gestured, her lips turned down in disapproval. It shouldn't be like this. Well, it is, and time's wasting while we complain about it. Miss Raya stalked into the forest. The guardian angel was done talking, but Sovan wasn't. Why didn't we end up in Shiari? Sovan stumbled as the promise she'd made to her brother pulled her deeper into the woods, and hopefully toward an unguarded exit. That would be a nice change of pace. Because every realm connects to this place. It's a crossroads between worlds. Shonofar grimaced at the shifting sand underfoot, then switched from speech to song. The link ceased tugging so abruptly, Sovan fell backward and landed on her butt. No, no, no. Sovan covered her ears, but it was no use. Shonofar's song had drowned out the promise that created the bond with her brother. The bond was still there, but it no longer demanded she follow where it led. How do I find a way back to my brother without it? Hold on, Sarn. I'll be even more delayed than I thought. Miss Raya stalked over and thrust out a hand to Sovan, shocking her out of her dooming and glooming. Come on, your missing guardian angel must be here somewhere. Miss Raya scanned the shadows. Maybe he's trapped. Guardian angels only pass through here with their mortal spirits, never alone. Maybe we can't come here alone. He could be lost. Miss Raya's reasoning made sense, and neither angel would let Sovan go anywhere near the mortal world if there was a chance her wayward guardian angel might be here. So Sovan accepted the hand up, but once she was on her feet again, Miss Raya seized the bond and merged with it. A white light swept down that chain and vanished into the encroaching mist. What does she know that I don't? Fearing the worst, Sovan grasped the link between her and her brother and tried to follow his guardian angel back to him, but nothing happened. Oh, that is so unfair. Why can't I do that? Sovan stamped her foot and it broke through the ground. She'd have kept going too if Shonofar hadn't seized her by her arm and hauled her back up. Why did you stop me? Because we have business here, not down below. But my brother has all the help he needs. Miss Raya's no slouch. They wouldn't assign her to such an important soul if she wasn't up to the task. Shonofar was right, but it galled Sovan to admit it. So she jerked her arm free and rubbed it. Who knew ghosts could still bruise? Am I still a ghost? The only other ghost she'd met was a child, and he didn't have any wings, just a set of pale green eyes. I hope the organ of doom didn't eat him. I lost track of that ghost boy during the fray. Guilt gnawed on her heart. He was counting on her brother to save him, but Sarn needed saving too. Sovan clenched her fists. Come, we need to find your guardian angel and get out of here. Shonofar pivoted and grasped her sword. I don't like what this place has become. It feels fouler than it should be. I don't advise a prolonged stay. Sovan nodded, though she still felt like pummeling a certain warrior angel who was conveniently out of reach. This is the most infuriating situation ever. I'm so close but still too far away to help. Sorry bro, you're on your own for a bit longer. Why does she get to return while I have to stay here? Sovan asked, unable to keep the whine out of her voice. Part of her would always be that 7-year-old girl who looked to the sky and asked night after night why she had to die so her brother could live. Her 14-year sojourn in this forbidding place was no substitute for growing up. Because you're a ghost, and she's a guardian angel. There are rules for a reason. Come on. The sooner we find your missing angel, the better. I really don't like this place. Shonofar patted Sovan's shoulder while her violet eyes searched the shadows. Where do we look? This place is all mist-shrouded forest. Sovan shivered. I should be with my brother. I should be his guardian angel. I'd do a much better job than Miss Raya. It's also a large place since it sprawls between an ever-changing number of dimensions. Shonofar dusted her robes off, but the gray particles drifting in the breeze ruffling the dry sandy soil stuck to her dress no matter how hard she slapped at them. Which way should we go? Do you have some manner of divining where your missing angel is? No, but you do. At Sovan's incredulous look, Shonofar elaborated. He's your guardian angel, remember? That means you two share a bond. Now would be a wonderful time to locate that bond and use it to track him down. The archangel eyed the trees towering over them, gauged the lengths of the nearest gnarled branches, and moved out of their reach. We share a bond? Sovan frowned, still unable to process that. Since when? Why haven't I felt this bond before? Since you were born. Death doesn't sever such bonds, so it's still there. It's probably buried under the other thing. The bond with my twin? Sovan touched that limp chain of light and words, but it gave her no hint of whether Sarn was okay or not. Nor did any surreptitious tugging get her any closer to him. The link passed through the ground, but her foot couldn't anymore. Shonofar had done something to keep her here. Do I need to silence your other bond again, so you can find the one to your angel? Shonofar raised an inquiring eyebrow. No, please don't. I like having some contact with my twin, even if it gives me almost no information about him. With a tired sigh, Sovan dug deep and found nothing. What was a bond with a guardian angel supposed to feel like? Not promises and magic like the link to her brother. What is it made of? The bond? Belief, of course. That's what powers everything. Shonofar spun, and her blade appeared in her hand. But the fog settling over them snuffed out its flames, as she pointed her sword at an approaching shadow. The glow of her violet eyes failed to pierce the darkness racing across the ground. What is it? Sovan pointed. Something bad. I gathered that already. Sovan shot the archangel a sour look. But Shonofar ignored her. When the archangel waved her sword over the black spot, the incense wafting off her smoldering blade made the darkness writhe. It fountained out of the ground in a frigid torrent of black and clawed at the leaden sky until it tore a hole in the shimmering fabric underlying all and unleashed a swarm of cockroaches. The trees screamed as they swatted at those insects. Run! Shonofar pushed Sovan. What are those? Not real cockroaches. These had metal carapaces, but the clicking of their steel feet drowned out any answer Shonofar made. Behind them, those horrid bugs flowed through the fog. They vanished under it, only to rear up out of that fog every so often to check the position of their prey. That's what I am now, prey. Except that didn't make sense. How can I be the prey? I'm some type of supernatural hybrid for fate's sake. Sovan halted and Shonofar crashed into her. Why did you stop? They can't hurt me. Yes, they can. Shonofar shoved Sovan. But neither woman moved because the sight behind them froze them in fascinated horror. A writhing lump sucked millions of cockroaches into itself and spawned legs, before Shonofar dragged Sovan away. They dodged flailing branches as they ran through the gnarled forest. The ground under them quaked, throwing them into the trees they passed, but they kept going until a still pool blocked their path. Shonofar threw an arm out to stop Sovan from stepping into that pool. "Don't disturb the water." Sovan nodded. That sounded like a great idea. What were those things? Agents of chaos. This is worse than I thought. Shonofar fiddled with her wedding ring, and likely wished for some archangel backup right about now. What does that mean? Nothing good. Your angel is in far worse trouble than I imagined. What about my brother? Ripples spread out from the center of the pool, erasing the reflection of the stormy sky, and an altogether different scene replaced it, a close-up of her brother's face. Sarn's eyes glowed a brilliant green, reminding Sovan of sunlight shining through leaves. A scar ran down the left side of his face. It was thin and faded to a jagged line that kept him from being too pretty, and his nose was a bit crooked. Without that, his features would be a little too symmetrical. Sovan touched her face. She had those same features. Well, not the scar nor the crooked nose, but that firm chin, those thin lips, and those big almond-shaped eyes, those she had. Plus, the wavy locks which he'd either cut off or life had straightened them out just as it had stretched him out. He'd always been tall, but now he was tree-tall and a bit too rangy. She couldn't help but drink in the sight of her twin, until he turned and ran. "Why do I keep seeing you running through forests? What's up with that?" Fate really needed to hand Sovan a clue, because this was all so confusing. Why couldn't time flow logically here? "What did you see in that drop of eternity?" Shonofar spun Sovan to face her, and there was real fear in her violet eyes. "You must tell me what you saw." "You didn't see it too?" Shonofar shook her, and the archangel looked even more rattled. "I saw my brother," Sovan said as a feeling of déjà vu crashed down on her, and with it, that clue she just asked for. "I've seen him in that pool before." "No, that's impossible." "No, it's not." Sovan shook her head, as the pieces finally slotted together into a patchy whole. "I've been here before. That's what those memory-eating fiends don't want me to remember." Sovan wrenched her arms from Shonofar's grasp. That pool was the key. Everything kept returning her to it, or something like it. I lost the plot somewhere and let events drag me all over the afterlife, when the whole time the answer was here in the one place I kept trying to leave. Sovan sank to her knees. Where did I lose the plot? Her mind snapped back to the demon holding a knife to her brother's throat and refused to rewind past that, but she pushed against that invisible wall in her head. What happened right before I ended up in the real world, caught up in my brother's drama? Because that was the key, but the memory eaters had taken it. How can I retrieve it? Her gaze fell on the pool. Its waters had turned black and star-spangled, and it reflected a little girl swaddled in blankets amid heaps of broken and discarded things. The girl stared at the curtain dancing with the wind, as she drank from a vial that glowed with a purplish light. Sovan reached for that girl and flopped face first into the pool. Chapter 24. Be careful what you ask the witch for. Sovan landed in a kitchen so clean it sparkled. Every pot had its peg and every utensil its slot. Order reigned here, and so did the angry witch glaring at her over a steaming mug of something vile, no doubt. Why do you keep coming back here? I can't enjoy a single cup of tea without you dropping in and demanding answers to the same questions I've already answered. Well, I've had enough. The witch's eyes sparkled in the Lumiere light as she set her cup down and rummaged for something in a nearby drawer. I've been here before? Sovan ignored the witch and the smoking bundle of leaves in the witch's hand, and dropped onto a stool. Her head was spinning as she fingered the link to her brother. But that dizziness might be partly due to the pungent smell of the sage bundle the witch kept waving in her face. "Be gone. Leave this place and never come back. Would you stop doing that? I'm trying to think and you're not helping." In fact, Sovan's mind had more holes than the wheel of cheese on the counter. Memories pushed and shoved at the gray membranous thing in between those holes, as they tried to reconnect the missing pieces of her past. Was that a gift from the memory eaters? Probably. But their work was straining from the sheer weight of her brother's recollections, many of which were also hers because she'd been right there with him. They overlaid her scattered memories, filling in some gaps but not all. There were holes in his memories too, and those troubled her most of all. "Why aren't you pelting me with questions I can't hear? I usually can't get a word in until your silent ranting ends. And how come I can hear you?" The witch squinted at Sovan as she whipped out a monocle and a handkerchief embroidered with acorns and oak leaves. She wiped the lens, then peered through it. Her good eye widened at what she saw. "You're older too. But ghosts can't age. That's impossible. They're stuck at whatever age and mentality they were at their death. They're like frozen capsules forever cut off from any type of growth, and are as changeless as the stars." Sovan shook her head. Years' worth of missing memories threatened to crush her. But how is that possible? Those memory-eating creatures ate all my memories every time I returned to the gray between. All except the last time, because she wasn't there long enough for them to try. Discomfited by the direction her thoughts were taking, Sovan popped up from her chair and paced. "So why can I still feel the shapes of those lost memories? Are they still out there somewhere, tenuously connected to me?" They must be, and that raised Sovan's hopes because she didn't want to spend an eternity popping in for answers, only to lose them every time she returned to the gray between. "Why do I keep going back there? Why not elsewhere? What am I forgetting?" A lot of things, and that was the problem she'd hoped this visit would resolve. Sovan turned, but other than a plate of holy cheeses, a tray of cooling loaves of bread, and jars of freshly preserved jams, there wasn't anything even remotely witchy here. She followed the scent of cooking chicken to a pot bubbling away on a brick-sized red Lumiere crystal glowing on the hearth. And her mouth watered for some. Where was the eye of Newt and the black cat? Didn't every witch have both? They weren't in that pot, but maybe she should ladle some broth out to make certain. More than carrots might be flavoring that soup. The witch poked Sovan in the chest, startling her back to the conversation at hand. Dresalia was a short, lean woman in a dark gray dress with embroidery at the cuffs and collar, featuring a twining leaf pattern. Her graying hair hung loosely about her shoulders. Mostly she dealt in remedies, not spells. "Why do I feel like I'm getting further from the answers instead of closer to them?" Sovan kneaded her forehead with her hands. "You can't age. You're dead. Either those womanly curves are an illusion, or you found a way to continue right where you left off. But that's impossible. I buried your corpse." Dresalia stretched up on her toes and wiggled a glowing crystal free from a chandelier full of them. Without another word she flung open the kitchen door and stalked out, leaving a shocked Sovan behind. Sovan rocked back on her heels, unable to process the witch's last statement. It was too much to take in after all she'd been through. Knowing I'm dead is one thing, but facing my dead body might be more than even I can bear. In need of comfort, she touched her chest where the bond to her brother originated. The chain was dimmer now, thanks to Shonofar's tampering, and it barely beat at all. "Are you all right, brother? I wish you could tell me." But he couldn't. "Well, I came here to confront the truth, not to hide from it." Sovan steeled herself for what she'd find, and followed the witch around the side of the building. The tower listed westward, so its roof touched its neighbor. A vine climbed the gray bricks, and dark slits alternated every other floor of the four-story structure. Other than that, the tower looked the same as the last time she'd visited. But that could be the crystal light revealing the similarities, while shadows hid the changes. Why did you bury me? What happened to my twin? Be quiet, or you'll wake him. He's asleep in there. The witch gestured to 3 different slit windows with the white glowing crystal in her hand. Because of his magic, I couldn't give him a sedative, so keep your voice down. And my other brother, what was his name? Murin, he's with a neighbor who just had a baby. And my mother? The question popped out in a soft whisper, and Sovan turned to see if she'd called that worthy forth. Sleeping off the sedative I gave her. She was heartbroken. She was? Of course she was. Her only daughter died earlier tonight. Tonight? Sovan fell back a step in shock. I traveled back in time? How? Sovan stared at the witch's back until she realized what the woman pointed at, a mound of dirt bathed in the white light of the witch's crystal. Why's there no marker? Because your mother doesn't want the sisters to take your body and give it to the trees. Dresalia shuddered. Sovan spun to face the witch. The reason for her visit must lay with her dead body. What a disturbing twist this quest's taken. Sovan echoed Dresalia's shudder. But I must press on no matter how distressing this conversation becomes. What trees? Explain. Shish, keep your voice down and I will. As Dresalia led the way back inside, the witch plucked a shawl off a peg she passed and wrapped herself in it, before returning to her interrupted cup of tea. Sovan dropped onto the stool across from her. Okay, we're inside. Now tell me about these sisters and those mysterious trees. You're not going to like this. I haven't liked a single thing since I woke up in the gray between. I doubt there's anything still capable of shocking me. I very much doubt that. Don't say I didn't warn you. Dresalia shook her finger at Sovan. I'm not the little girl you remember. So spill. Shock me if you can. Sovan folded her arms and rested them on the table. Fine. The Sisters of the Sacred Grove collect corpses. Sovan raised an eyebrow at that. Okay, go on. What do these sisters do with those corpses? They take them to the sacred grove I mentioned earlier. There, they lay the body out under the memory trees. The sisters then pray either with the deceased's loved ones or without them. It depends on the family, their wishes, and their means. After the prayers are said, the sisters leave. But the body stays in the grove. Then what happens? Sovan leaned forward in her chair, ready to wrench the truth from Dresalia, if the woman took any longer to impart it. They harvest the memories and bury the remains to feed their roots. By they, you mean the memory trees? Dresalia nodded. It's an old practice, likely as old as Shiari herself. Not even that new preacher over on Market Street has the guts to condemn it, because those groves hold our collective history. Can I access that history? Dresalia shook her head. Why would you want to? You still haven't explained how we're talking right now. I thought the grave silenced all specters, so why not you too? Maybe it's because I have these. Sovan rose from her seat and twitched her shoulders, but her wings, which had been tucked out of sight somewhere, didn't make a dramatic reappearance. She felt the gentle pressure of that feathery bundle against her back, so they were still with her. They were just invisible to everyone else. What are you doing? Trying to show you something, but it's not working. Maybe there was some rule she was unaware of, or maybe a certain archangel had bound her wings. That was the more likely explanation. Well, I knew it was too good to be true. Sovan dropped onto that stool again to think. Why did I come back here? What convinced me the answer was here? You really have grown up. What makes you say that? Because you've never stayed long enough to do more than silently rant at me. We've never had a conversation, not since before you died, and never like this. You've matured somehow. How did you manage that? Sovan shrugged. I don't know. I'm dead, but my brother isn't, and I've spent a lot of time in his head sharing his memories. More times than even Sovan could remember. Hopefully, not every visit had left a mark on her brother, but that might be too much to hope for. Sovan wrung her hands. I hope I helped you, my twin, more than I hurt you, but I can't discount the possibility I went somewhere else sometimes when I escaped. But if I didn't go to my brother every time, then where did I go, and what did I do? That was the question she needed answered. But those memories were gone into the bellies of those memory eaters. Or were they? Sovan glanced out the slit window over the sink. She could just make out the corner of her unmarked grave. Would you do me a favor? That depends on the favor. Fair enough. Sovan paused to collect her scattered thoughts, but they refused to cohere into anything resembling a sane plan. Well, I guess an insane one is the best I can do for now. I'm not disobeying your mother, so don't ask. Dresalia folded her arms over her chest, signaling that subject was closed. Damn, that had been what Sovan had been about to request. How can I convince her of the necessity? Please? No. Ask for something else. Your body's staying right where it is, so your mother can visit it. Okay, on to her non-existent plan B. What if memories weren't destroyed when those memory-eating creatures consumed them? Can those beasts retrieve the memories they eat, like a storage system? To answer that question, Sovan must return to the Grey Between and risk losing everything she'd regained. Was the risk worth it? Sovan considered that as she paced the narrow confines of the kitchen. It was a hemispherical space, since the front half of this level was the foyer. How do I convince a memory eater to even try? No ideas came to mind. Sovan had hit a dead end again. But the answer was there if she could just retrieve it. Well, pacing around here isn't getting me any closer to the answers I need. But that left a new problem. How do I return to the Grey Between without my wings? When Sovan needed an angel to spirit her off to that benighted place, none materialized. Just great. So now what? Would you stop? You're wearing a rut into my new floor. Sorry, I was just thinking. About your brother? Dresalia sighed. I'll regret asking this, but you said he's not dead, and that you shared his memories. Does that mean he's alive somewhere in the future still? Sovan nodded, then froze as she stared at the vine climbing a trellis outside. It was one but divided into two twining parts. We are two but we are one. And she finally realized what that must mean. We were never supposed to be divided. What are you talking about? The least you can do is speak sense if you're going to show up and shock me like this. I'm an old woman. I can't handle too much weirdness. It's not good for my heart. Dresalia laid a shaking hand over her heart to emphasize her point. My brother and I. We weren't supposed to be twins. We were one until something interfered. It divided one entity into two and changed us, so we were different on the outside, but still the same on the inside. That's why I kept going back. When we shared the same skin, we were one the way we were supposed to be. Sovan had brought all of this on herself. One innocent promise, words that never should have been spoken, but they'd tripped so easily off her tongue when she was small because she'd just stated a fact they both knew was true. And his magic made every vow binding to death and beyond. Are you mad? That sounds insane. You gave me that potion because you knew it would work, because I'd already visited you. That's why you looked so deathly pale that last time I saw you. You already knew I'd die and find a way back. Dressalia felt for a chair and dropped onto it. What was in that vial? In her mind's eye, Sovan saw it, a slender glass tube no wider than her thumb and thrice as long, filled with a luminous purple substance. It had said Demon's Bane or something like it on the label. Sovan regarded the cut on her hand that had bled that same luminous lavender. What is Demon's Bane? Dressalia shook her head and stared at the mosaic on the floor. It depicted an angel pricking her finger on a spinning wheel. It's angel's blood, isn't it? Numbly, Dressalia nodded, but she never took her eyes off that mosaic of the yellow-skinned angel with black hair and slanted almond eyes. Sovan crouched in front of her. Where did you get angel's blood from? Dressalia pointed at the mosaic. When she spoke, her voice was thick with emotion. From the sleeping angel. And where is she? Dreaming of a better world. Then how did you get some of her blood? Sometimes her dreams become reality. Dressalia smiled with the fervor of a true believer. I saw the demon's mark on you and I prayed to her, okay? Is that what you wanted to hear? Yes, I prayed to the sleeping angel for you, your brothers and your mother. She was my friend, and a damned fine white witch before the drugs and the cravings twisted her. Your mother could work such miracles with crystals. A sob choked Dressalia up, and she paused until her crying jag subsided enough for speech. Your mother was a good woman, but a weak one. She wanted a life of ease and a man to take care of her. Dressalia blew her nose on a handkerchief she pulled from her sleeve. Roses twined with ivy around its edges. She fell in with bad men and picked up their habits, but by then she'd had you and your brother. I moved closer so I could watch over you and him, but we quarreled and we drifted apart. You quarreled over magic, didn't you? Sovan asked, hoping she hadn't broken the flow, but she had to know because magic was at the heart of everything in her life and thereafter. Dressalia nodded. I thought she was going to teach you both the old ways, but she didn't. Your brother knows nothing about the magic he inherited, and I can't tell him. That was tearing Dressalia up inside. Because my mother made you promise, and her promises are binding. That's why you can't break your word to her and give my body to the Sisters of the Sacred Grove. Yes, Dressalia said. She was broken now, but there was more to tell. Sovan sensed it. The most important bits were still to come. I must tease them out, no matter how hard it is to hear. I need to know about that vial you gave me. The one with the angel's blood in it. Where did you get it from? Dressalia shook her head. I told you the sleeping angel gave it to me. I prayed to her for 12 nights and on the next morning the vial was there. She'd seen the demon's mark on you and knew what it meant. Only an angel's blood could protect you. So she gave it to you and he didn't take your soul. As Dressalia clutched a medallion through the thin material of her dress, her eyes took on the feverish shine of a fanatic. I saw the demon's mark on you. That shocking statement kept repeating in Sovan's mind. What mark? Can you show me? Dressalia reared back and overset her chair in the process. She landed in a heap and shook her head. Don't ask that of me. Drawing it could call the demon forth, and I won't do that, not ever. I'm not that kind of witch. Sovan held both her hands up in surrender. Okay, calm down. You don't have to draw it. Would you describe it? Dressalia clamped her shaking arms around herself. Okay, I'll take that as a no. Forget I asked. Do you know who put the mark on me? Sovan pressed. She needed answers. No, I don't. But it wasn't your mother. She'd never do that to you. She really wanted a daughter, and she was so happy when I handed you to her." Dressalia wiped tears from her eyes. "Was she happy about having a son too?" Sovan asked. Dressalia shook her head and blew her nose again. "Why didn't she want a son? Was it because she knew he'd inherit her magic?" "That was it." Dressalia looked away, and that confirmed it. "She never said, but for everything, there's a price. I don't know what price she paid for you. I don't know what price he'll have to pay, but pay it he will. He can't escape that, not with the amount of power he has. That's all I know." But it was far more than Sovan had known before coming here. Much of this information felt new. It didn't fit any of the holes in her memory. Which means I'm making progress. I'm not just repeating what I've done before. But this new information was a lot to take in. While it was troubling, not all of it was relevant right now. "What do you mean by price? What price did my mother pay for us? Is she the reason we were split in two? Did Mom convince someone to give her the daughter fate had planned to deny her? That had to be it." Sovan paced, unable to stay still. Who could Mom have gone to for that? Who could do such a thing? The silence finally put an end to her mental rant. Sovan turned. Dressalia hadn't spoken a word. The witch just shook her head in mute horror as her mind traveled down similar paths. "Your mother would never harm you." "Really, then why did she invite strange men into her bed? When they finished with her, they prowled around our flat for freebies." "No, she wouldn't." "Dressalia, my mother's a whore. That's how she paid for her habits. She's not the paragon you paint her as." Sovan hugged herself while she paced, and scattered recollections pursued her. "Did they hurt you?" Sovan shrugged. "They tried, but my twin is magical and very protective. I don't recall if any of those attempts succeeded, and I don't want to. My brother did the best he could to protect us both. He was a victim too. He made a safe place for us. If we stayed there, no one could find us." Sovan felt his thin arms around her, holding her tight against his racing heart while all around them, green light protected them. "I love you, Sarn. You were the best brother a sister could have. I will save you, and if there are any prices left for you to pay, you're not paying them alone. I'll always be with you, and may God have mercy on anyone who gets in my way, because I won't." But Sovan had gotten off topic again, and sent Dressalia into a mental tailspin. The witch was white-faced and mouthing the word no, as if she could change the truth by negating it. "Good luck with that. Where did I leave off before I tumbled down a mental rabbit hole?" Sovan regarded the sleeping angel picked out in earth-toned tiles on the floor. "Right, we were talking about demons when I lost the plot again. Unless Mom had slept with a demon, which Sovan found hard to believe given the sheer goodness of her brother's magic, then the mark had come from someone else. Was the demon's mark on my brother? Dressalia roused herself from her funk, but she kept her gaze averted. "I didn't see it when he came to me. But it's hard to tell. He has so much magic. Spotting one black spot on an aura that bright is impossible. My inner eye isn't strong enough. When I look at him, he blinds me, and he's only a child." "You said he's here now. Can I see him?" Sovan clasped her hands together. "No, I warded the room. Nothing can get in or out of that floor." Dressalia smiled. "Don't worry. Your brother will be fine. I'll have his blessings renewed, and with that added boost, his magic can burn out any lingering taint." Sovan extended her hands to help the woman up, and the witch accepted her aid. "But that wouldn't have worked for me, because I didn't have any magic." Dressalia shook her head. The woman's brow creased as Sovan stepped back, giving the witch room to breathe. How are we talking? You still haven't answered that. There's a veil of silence between the living and the dead. Nothing can breach it. Sovan shrugged. I've been hanging around with angels. Maybe some of their mojo rubbed off on me. Or maybe I became a hybrid thing when I drank some angel's blood. That would explain why everything was out to get her, or stash her in a place of forgetting. Where better to imprison a problem with no solution? Did those demon marks disappear at my death? Dressalia regarded her hands. They were twisting her handkerchief into knots. When your brother fetched me earlier tonight, he wanted me to save you. But you were already cold. I knew you were gone. What about those marks? Are they still there? Could I dig up my body and see them? Sovan shivered at the thought, but she had to know. Dressalia's silence answered her question. Those marks were still there. That's why Mama made you promise not to release my body to the sisters. A sob escaped Dressalia as Sovan turned, her mind whirling from everything she'd heard. But she knew what she must do. A tear slid down her cheek and Sovan wiped it away. Will I be the same after this? Where are you going? Dressalia reached for her. But Sovan easily evaded her. To see those marks? And to find out why His Imperiousness, her guardian angel, hadn't protected her from a demon. Chapter 25. A Run-In with Fate. Sovan rushed out, leaving the door ajar in her haste. But this time, she was on the right track. There were no marks on her brother. Miss Raya would never let that happen, and I've been a fool for thinking a demon could get past her. I've shared his memories and tasted his magic. No demon had any claims on her twin. I would know. But Sovan had no assurances about herself, and she needed that more than her hidden wings as the night closed in around her. It was darker than Sovan remembered. The moon was a well-gnawed-on crescent, but it was still there. The shadow hadn't consumed it all, and seeing that gave Sovan hope. May we both rise again, full and powerful, to light the night and send the shadows away. Fate knows the world needs more light. Maybe Sovan imagined the moon shining a little brighter, as it welcomed the first blush of dawn. Too many towers blocked her view of the valley's rim. The deserted streets between them were rivers of black because this quarter was too poor to purchase even the lowest grades of Lumiere crystals to light them, and that was saying something since that luminous stone was mined all over the country. Despite the darkness, Sovan knew which winding lane led to her former home. The urge to go there almost mastered her, so strong was its allure. But there was nothing for her there anymore. Even if I could go back in time again, changing one thing in the past might change everything and unmake that sweet nephew of mine. She still hadn't hugged him yet. Sovan turned away from the street to go dig up her corpse. Hopefully, the answers she sought were written on her cold flesh. If not, well, an angel will likely show up to drag me back to the gray between, so I can find another angel who doesn't want to be found. Such was her life now. With those cheery thoughts in mind, Sovan followed the flagstone walkway past the raised beds and around the side of the tower. Red lights winked on and off as they swirled around her. What are these? Sovan caught one of those embers as she crashed into a barrier. Fire licked her skin, singed her new threads, a few unlucky locks, and pissed her off. But that fire didn't consume her, it died back to a warm glow between Dressalia's tower and her neighbors. Who or what had cast it? Sovan shouted a war cry and slashed both arms through the red magic barring her way, but that barrier didn't yield. Instead, she bounced off it and careened into a statue. Only her suddenly intangible state kept the plaster cherub from breaking. Enough, snapped a voice like thunder. A diminutive black woman with waist-length red dreads stood in Dressalia's herb garden, lit by a globe of white light suspended from a tree. The paper lantern held a Lumiere crystal, likely not one of the better grades. People tended to hide the ugly ones, but they all glowed regardless of their lumps and inclusions. The woman's white cloak billowed in the breeze, fanning the flames generated by her magic, and revealed a set of blood-red armor that matched her hair. Not the type of armor fantasized and painted by scores of artists, but the functional kind made to deflect blows and shield vulnerable body parts, and she looked fierce in it. No breasts spilled out of her breastplate. They were safely holstered and spiked for good measure, ensuring her heart was well protected. A matching helm rested in the crook of her arm. It looked easy to don and impossible to pierce with enough slits to allow for breathing and visibility, not that the supernatural creature standing before Sovan needed it. Wow! Sovan glanced at her clothes, feeling suddenly self-conscious. At least she was still clothed. That initial burst of flame hadn't reduced her robe to ash. Thankfully her clothing was still intact, just a bit smoky and soot-stained. Hopefully, her angel's togs were stain-resistant. They must be since they were mostly white, right? Or did angels not get dirty? Sovan held up a hand to shade her eyes from the sudden increase in illumination. The newcomer's aura was blinding, signaling a power level beyond anything a mere human could cobble together. If my brother's aura is like the sun, this woman's is like 1,000 suns. And Sovan had no idea how to turn off or mute that sudden insight. "Who are you?" Sovan asked while squinting into that red light. "Fate." "You're the Fate? The final Fate?" Sovan goggled. The goddess nodded and fixed her swirling red-orange eyes on Sovan, unnerving her. The goddess must have taken pity on her because she dimmed her aura to a less blinding level, giving Sovan's eyes a break. "Yes, that's one of my titles. I'm Phaedrison, former goddess and the mother of every fate, but most everyone just calls me Fae. I haven't decided if you're everyone yet." Faye studied her. "Why are you here? Why are you? You know the rules." "No, I don't, but you're here to enforce them, right? And do a favor for my many times great-granddaughter. She has a soft spot for you and your brother, and so do I. That's why I tossed a shield at you instead of a fireball." "Thank you for not frying me." "You're welcome. And I'll have you know, I only fry those who deserve it, and I cook them till they're good and crispy." Faye winked, and her bloodthirsty grin disappeared. Sovan replayed what the goddess had just said. Something about it nagged at her. Then she got it. "You gave Dresalia that vial of angel's blood." "Of course, the angel I got it from owed me a favor, and I never pass up an opportunity to pay it forward. That's one of the perks of being the final Fate. I always know where a random act of kindness will do the most good." Faye smiled, and there was something dragonish about her. Maybe it was the armor. It had an iridescent pebbly texture reminiscent of dragon scales. Her former divinity aside, Faye was a dangerous woman. "Oh," Sovan said because she needed to say something. She also needed to get past the former goddess and her magic, which was still blocking the way. Damn. A familiar green glow lit one of the slit windows on the 3rd floor. Sarn hated darkness. When he was a child, his eyes hadn't glowed, not like they did in the adult version of him she'd just met. But he had an affinity for a certain luminous stone, and usually kept his pockets full of them. Sarn had always liked the green ones the best. "He's in that room grieving for me. I must go to him and show him I'm not gone, just temporarily out of reach." Sovan extended her hand to that green glow. "Come to the window, brother mine, and let me see you." The bond between them shrank, pulling Sovan toward that bright slash in the masonry, until a hot hand closed around her arm and yanked her back. "I can't let you do that," Faye said, as the former goddess dragged Sovan into the abandoned lot behind Dresalia's tower. Sovan tripped over broken stones as the light in that window winked out. Some time ago, the tower behind Drezalia's had collapsed, and her garden was slowly overtaking it. Put it back. He hates the darkness. Please turn the light back on. I didn't turn it off. Crystals aren't my thing. Faye halted by a crabapple tree. A paper lantern hung there too because this was All Souls' Night, the night of Sovan's birth and death, and that narrow walkway heading into deeper dark led to her former home. It was 7 streets over. She was closer than she'd ever been to where her afterlife had begun. Could there still be clues in their room? Or some evidence of the demon's tampering or his mark, so I can find out if it's the same demon who's after my brother 14 years later? Because digging up her body was no longer an option, not with a goddess of fate and a pile of masonry blocking the way. Look, I know why you're here, but you're looking in the wrong place again. You can't escape your fate. Nor can you change what's already happened. How can that be when my ghost visited Drezalia before I died? Oh, this makes no sense, and it's making my brain hurt. Sovan rubbed the bridge of her nose. Because time isn't linear. You experience it that way, but I don't have to, and neither does anyone else who's not tied to the mortal realm. Faye gave her a pointed look. When I died, I stopped being tethered to it. Exactly. When you died, you were sent to the gray between like all the other souls starting their afterlife journey. But unlike them, you found a way to come back and to move through time. I can't prove it, but I think you had help. That's the only way you could have gone back before you died and changed your fate. I changed my fate? Sovan stared at Faye. The goddess stroked the hilt of her red sword like a cat. Yeah, and I'm still pissed about that. When I find out which one of my brood did that, I'll find a suitable punishment and mete it out. Your brood? I have many descendants. They keep me tethered. Faye let go of her sheathed sword and sighed. They keep me caring about this mud ball, and the people on it. When you've lived as long as I have, you need that connection, or you grow cold and become the nightmare you swore you'd never turn into. Faye's eyes darkened to a wine color and became haunted. But she shook that off, and her mask fell for a moment, revealing her true face. She wasn't here just as an enforcer. She had descendants who could do that. No, she was here because she cared, and she wanted to fix things, not destroy them, though she had the power to do both. My descendants are my insurance policy. They ensure I care. I might be a goddess from a fallen pantheon, but I still have a lot of power and pull. What was my fate before I changed it? Sovan hugged herself. She felt less alone now. Faye perched on a collapsed wall and pinched off a handful of leaves from a nearby bush. She shredded them while she talked. Knowing won't help you. It depresses me just thinking about it, but mortals get to choose. That doesn't mean they choose wisely. How could I choose anything? I was just a child when I died. Sovan sat on the rubble pile opposite Faye and fiddled with her robes to ensure they covered her wrists and ankles. You didn't make the decisions that damned you. Your mother did. She knew better than to resort to dark magic, but she did it anyway, and it backfired like it always does. Are you saying she consorted with a demon? Is that how one marked me? Consorted doesn't mean conceived. You had a human father, but there was some black witchery involved to get a daughter from a man carrying only sons in his pants. What? Sovan stared at the ex-goddess. What on earth was she talking about? Faye waved the question away. Someday far in the future, this thing called science will discover men determine the sex of their offspring. So, that night your daddy was loaded with boys, but a little demonic magic changed that. There might also have been a curse involved, but that's another matter entirely. One that doesn't affect you anymore. So we'll ignore that for now, okay? Sovan nodded. I thought my head was spinning before. Mama, what were you thinking? Your mother tried to correct her mistake, but she'd crossed a dangerous line, and there was no going back from it. Faye let the remains of the leaf drift away on the breeze, stirring her cloak. That's when the demon marked me, right? Sovan sat forward on the rock pile and knocked several loose stones free. They clattered down the pile in the silence that had dropped between them. Faye pinched off another handful of leaves from the same bush and shredded them instead of answering. But another idea had occurred to Sovan. No, this demon must have marked me when he split me off from my brother, so there were two of us. Then he changed me, so I was a girl. But the split was uneven. That's why I absorbed magic when I was alive, and he generated it. I wasn't supposed to exist. Sovan propped her chin on her fist. This was heavy stuff for such a dark night. Not your standard demon, such an undertaking would be impossible for one of the rank and file. Faye was quick to point out. Oh, then who did it? Why did no one stop this? Faye looked at her like she was a fool. Weren't you listening? Mankind has a covenant with the One King, and it guarantees choice. Stopping your mother would have curtailed her free will, and he would never do that. Oh, what about his angels? The same rules apply with one caveat. They can whisper and make certain you know you're going astray, so the decision isn't made in ignorance. Let that be a lesson for you. Always listen to your gut. Faye waggled a finger at her. If not a demon, then who did this? Sovan waved to herself. Not the Creator, because every soul is a piece of him. He creates. He doesn't destroy. That's the domain of his adversary. The adversary could do it, but your mother would have had to trade something exceedingly rare indeed to catch his attention. Sovan's mind instantly went to her brother and she touched their bond, but it sent no information back. Like my brother. Faye nodded grimly. He's mortal, so he has free will. The adversary can ask, but he can't take your brother, not unless your brother agrees to his terms. And he's got me too. I won't let a jumped-up demon get his mitts on my brother, not when I can do something about it. Sovan rose from the rubble pile she'd been sitting on. She was ready to head back to her brother in the future, but thoughts of his current predicament stopped her. Where do demons fit in all this? They serve the adversary. And one of them is after my brother. I need to do something about that. Sovan scanned the lot, but there was nothing other than browning plants and overripe apples scattered about. No angels had come to fetch her. Faye also rose and looked about ready to leave. Could you magic me up a miracle? Sovan tossed the goddess a hopeful smile. Not the one you're thinking of. I told you. The past is set. But the future isn't written yet. I suggest you go write it. How? I'm dead. How can I have a future? Faye stretched up to pick 2 crab apples from the leafless tree and tossed one to Sovan before taking a bite. Sovan set the apple down, then picked it up when she felt the goddess' eyes on her. Rejecting a gift from so powerful an entity might not be such a great idea. Sovan pocketed it instead. Who knew Angel's robes even had pockets, let alone the dozen her fingers encountered when she searched for one? Every soul has a future. Death doesn't take that away, Faye said. I'm not following you. How is that even possible? It all comes down to choice. The Creator gave you free will. Every choice you make creates new futures for you. Even accepting an apple from fate? Sovan cocked a brow at that, then regretted it when pain stabbed her eye. Especially that. Consider it an insurance policy. You're owed a little good luck. Use it wisely. Faye gestured, and white light slashed through the space between them, revealing a familiar gray plane. Sovan sighed. Back to the gray between I go. This is becoming an annoying pattern. But all signs pointed to that forbidding place. Thank you for the information. You wouldn't happen to know where my wayward guardian angel is, or how my twin's faring without me? Yes, I do. But you're not going to tell me. Nope. That would prejudice your decisions. You're on your own for this one. So choose wisely. But in the future, I could call on you for help. Faye considered that for too short a time for her to consult anything, let alone all the possible futures resulting from this decision. Then she shrugged. Sure, why not? How do I call you? Just say my name, now scoot before I boot you out of here. Your presence has strained the timeline enough for one lifetime. Chapter 26. Into the gray again. Sovan stepped through the light onto that gray plane. Now what? She scanned the area for the forest, the pool, Shonofar, her missing guardian angel, anything recognizable, but there was just more sand. Even the cockroaches were gone. What had happened here? Where had everyone gone? They must be looking for me. Everyone always is, and here I am, right where I'm supposed to be. Or was she supposed to be in that purple city now? Miss Raya had said something about fast-tracking her into something called the redemption cycle, and neither Shonofar nor Karantas had explained that. Well, I know where I want to be. Sovan laid her hand over her heart and concentrated on the bond to boost its signal. Turning slowly, she felt for that telltale tug. It was so weak, she almost missed it. Why did you return? I thought this time you'd left for good. Gray fog curled around her feet, issuing from the memory eater standing behind her. Faye had sent her to this one. Sovan suppressed a sigh. Because this is where it all began, isn't it? What makes you say that? Why else would you be here? Because I'm taking a break? Oh, so everything doesn't revolve around me? Sovan laughed at her assumption. No, but I can see why you'd think that. The memory eater shifted her weight uneasily. I'm glad it doesn't. Other souls need attention, like my brother. You wouldn't happen to know how he's doing? The memory eater shook her head. Sorry, I can only see the souls in the gray between, not outside it. Why did you come back? To find my wayward guardian angel and somehow help my brother. But Sovan kept quiet about that. If his imperiousness had been with her the whole time she was in the gray between, then he likely spent a lot of time with memory eaters like this one. Who knew where this creature's loyalties lay? Best to err on the side of caution for now, so Sovan shrugged. To rediscover what I've forgotten, I thought that was obvious. You can't. Why did you take my memories? Why can't I keep them? What are you so afraid of? Sovan studied the creature's elephantine features for answers. Face to face, it didn't seem right to call such a gentle creature a memory eater. Especially when paired with those deep, honest eyes. But that's what this creature was. If their race had a name, they'd never shared it. Though maybe that was what those 4 gray lines above her trunk were for. I vaguely recall something about her kind not using names, just numbers. Who knew how she'd learned that? But names were important, so Sovan trusted her intuition. You're 4, aren't you? You remember me? Sort of. I take it we've talked before. Many times. Why do you fear us? Because you make me forget the things and people I want to remember. No, not loved ones, we only remove harmful things. Many come here after dying violently or in great pain, or after battling debilitating illnesses or injuries. We take that all away so they can accept their death and find peace. But you took everything from me. Why did you treat me differently? We didn't, not at first, Four paused. More gray smoke puffed out of her trunk, but it hugged the ground and stayed a respectful distance away from Sovan and her memories. But after the 12th time you escaped, we had to take more drastic measures. Why? You were harming yourself and your brother. You've seen the damage. I know you have. I can see it in your mind's eye. Four raised her trunk, then lowered it in a what can you do gesture. We didn't know any other way to stop you. You refused to move on and you changed this place. It became bleaker and more forbidding each time you returned. This place used to be a sylvan wonderland. Four gestured to the desolate plain. Mile after mile of nothing but gray sand under a gray sky stretched on into infinity, and maybe even beyond it. Somewhere out there a forest and a drop of eternity lay, but Sovan couldn't see either from where she stood. Did I do this? The thought pursued Sovan as she let a handful of sand slide through her fingers. It was so fine, the lightest breeze stirred it into a tiny vortex. The queen of all trees doesn't visit as often anymore. And you miss her? Yes, I do. But not just me, she brought such peace to all who saw her. The gray between is all the poorer for her absence. Four turned her head and regarded Sovan with sad old eyes that had seen many ages dawn and die, and this majestic creature would see many more. Moved by her tale, Sovan laid a hand on the pachyderm's warm side. Why did you come here? Four asked. The goddess of fate didn't give me a choice of destinations. She just ripped open a gateway and told me to scoot, and I'm not making that up. I see. Yeah, she can be a bit bossy, but her heart is usually in the right place. Do I always return to the same spot? Is that how you knew where to find me? And where's the rest of your friends? They're caring for our other visitors. They likely haven't sensed your return yet. They will, but we have a few more minutes before that happens. You didn't answer my question. Actually, I did. If you always return to the same spot, there'd be more Amnesians than me here to greet you. I just got lucky and found you first. Nice name, Amnesians. It rhymes with Elysian, as in the Elysian Fields, which is what this place looked like long, long ago before mankind's fear of death changed it from green and growing to barren sand. Four flicked her ear flaps in annoyance. I didn't know that. Sovan dusted her singed robes off, just in case that sand had memory-stealing properties too. One couldn't be too careful here. I can't give you your memories back. I know that's why you came. Four traced a circle in the sand. If you can't, then who can? Another Amnesian? No, your memories are gone. How can they be gone? I still feel them floating around out there. Sovan gestured to the gray plain. Please don't let them be in a memory eater's digestive tract. Though with my luck, that's likely where they are, and they're probably mostly digested by now. Four backed away from her. They're not here. Then where are they? They're my memories. I have a right to view them. Sovan drew herself up to her full height to argue her case when a noise stopped her. Did angel wings make a sound? What about flaming ones? Is his imperiousness putting in a long overdue appearance, finally? Have you seen my guardian angel? He's rather imperious and goes by the name, Mala something. Malachiah? Four suggested. Yes, have you seen him? He's been missing in action for quite a while, and I want to know what he's been up to. Because I have the chilling feeling he's behind a lot of what's going on. I just don't know how much of it yet. But finding out had just moved to the top of Sovan's to-do list. No, the last time I saw him, he was chasing you between worlds. Four cast her eyes away and refused to meet Sovan's gaze. The Amnesian knew more than she was saying, a lot more. How long ago? Sovan started to ask, then she shook her head and struck that last question. Two angels had told her time moved at a different pace here than in the mortal world, and that overcast sky was barren of time references. It looked the same as the last time she'd dropped in. Who knew if any time had passed at all since then in this strange place? If he's not here or in that purple city or with me, then where is he? Sovan asked. I don't know. Angels don't leave their posts unless they have a compelling reason to. Could he be watching over my twin brother? No, forget I suggested that. He's too single-minded to even think of that. Not to mention rude and impatient, and he'd wanted Sovan here in this place of forgetting. I must know something he doesn't want me to know. I wish I knew what that was. Sovan tapped her barefoot in frustration. You said my memories aren't here. Where are they? How can I reach them? Four backed away from her and the question, and shook her elephantine head in regret. Then she stopped, her big floppy ears rising as if she'd heard something. What was that clicking sound? I hear it too. I thought it was just the sand settling or something. Trust me, it's not. Four swung right. Following her lead, Sovan turned left. They stood back to back, each scanning a 180-degree swath of the gray horizon. Are your friends heading this way? No, they're still guarding the drops of eternity. You make regular appearances there, and they hoped to catch you. Wait until they realize I beat them to you. Four lifted her trunk and smiled. Drops of eternity refers to the pools here? Four bobbed her head. So, if your friends aren't coming toward us, then that advancing line is, what did Shonofar call them? Agents of chaos, and by the way, she's pissed you gave her the slip. I'd be careful the next time you're in Eversong. She'll likely chew you out over that. If I ever return there, I'll watch out for her. Thanks for the warning. Did she explain what an agent of chaos is, or why it's here? No, but they showed up each time you escaped. First, it was just a handful, but after each time you escaped, their numbers multiplied. That's why we took such drastic action each time you returned. We were afraid this place would be overrun. Is it? Not yet, they don't like the fog, but we have to cover the gray between for it to work, and doing that has negative effects on the psyche, as you no doubt experienced. A slow fade is better than a fast mind wipe. Sovan rubbed her upper arms through her sleeves. She remembered that fast, forced amnesia and shivered. So much of her had been torn out. It was a miracle she had anything left of herself. Four patted her arm with her trunk. I'm sorry you experienced that, but there was no other way to stop you and them. Our breath is all we have. It's both bomb and weapon. Though it was clear Four preferred to use that power to soothe, rather than to harm. Sovan let her arms fall back to her sides. What are they doing? Those cockroaches didn't seem to be getting any nearer. That could be because there weren't any landmarks to use as reference points. Or because that fog was sweeping toward them. Sovan shuddered and fell back a step. Don't worry. It can't hurt you anymore. Your breath or those metal roaches? My breath. You don't belong here anymore. You're one of them now. One of Sovan said as Four's trunk probed her wings. They were still invisible and not responding to commands, but at least they were still part of her. You still haven't answered my question. If not here, where are my memories? Who has them? You mean what? Four puffed out a plume of smoke, and it drifted toward the agents of change without dissipating. You and they are both searching for the same thing. Before Sovan could ask what, a wrinkly gray trunk snaked past Sovan and rooted around in the dust. 4 scooped up to reveal something. Sovan knelt and helped uncover first one root, then a dozen, all twisted together like pulsing cables. Lights flashed through them, carrying magic either to or from the gray between worlds. 4 kept pushing the sand away, using the fog issuing from her trunk to blow the fine grains aside. Then she motioned with her trunk for Sovan to step back. When she did, Sovan gasped. Those roots formed looping patterns. Circles within circles. Chains within chains, 4 corrected, and those 3 words activated Sovan's bond. It glowed a fierce white, and she could feel her brother at the other end. He was still alive. Thank the Creator. Chains within chains, Sarn whispered from far away as if she'd heard them. Brother? Can you hear me? Sovan asked, and their bond vibrated against her hand. She saw her twin dip his index finger into the wound in his side, and draw the same pattern she was staring at on the ground, using his luminous, magic-infused blood as ink. He must be trying to contain the portal the demon had made from the Organ of Doom, and the horrors squeezing through it. Because no one had taught him how to use the magic lighting his eyes, he was following a gut instinct. How did one stop a portal to hell? By disrupting it with its opposite. White magic would always negate black if one threw enough at it, and that was her twin's plan. No. Don't do it. Sovan fumed. You have a son who needs you. And I need to meet him. When I get out of this, we are so having a chat about your tendency toward martyrdom. I can't live through you if you're not alive. But he didn't hear her. His mind was a brick wall set against her. He'd always been that way, and she railed against it as he crawled, dragging his injured leg and a white glowing line of his magic-infused blood behind him. Why is no one helping you? Miss Raya? The vision faded, and the bond went dark and quiet again. Sovan swayed until 4 stepped beside her. Lean on me. Thank you. You can't save him. You know that, right? That's the way of things in the mortal realm. He has to make the choices that will save him, only then you can help. Is that a loophole? Sovan gave 4 a wan smile. This was valuable advice, and she tucked it away for later. Of course, nothing would function properly without those loopholes. Sovan stepped away, feeling steadier now. She pointed to the roots and their looping design. It must be a dozen paces in diameter, at the very least. There are 144 circles, aren't there? Yes, 143 inside one greater circle for a total of 12 squared, a holy number. Of course there were, because that was the number her brother had been thinking about, when their minds had momentarily overlapped. Sovan pushed that thought aside as 4 puffed gray smoke into the design, feeding it with her gray magic. The outer ring caught fire and tongues of white flame raced around the 143 interconnected inner rings, activating a spell, possibly a portal to somewhere. Sovan threw her arms up to shield her tearing eyes, and everything went white. When the light show faded, she regarded a grove of trees. Each one stood at least 1,000 feet tall, with bases wider than Drezalia's tower. They rose to distant crowns, spreading in the eternal sunshine between worlds. At least that's where I think we are. Though given the sylvan character of my homeland, this could be a corner of Shiari no one talks about. Sovan wouldn't be surprised if it was. Red 5-pointed leaves, each the size of her hand, drifted in the lazy breeze. Sovan caught one such flyer, then dropped it as a library of memories slammed into her head. When they found no empty shelves, they dove back into the leaf in her hand. How weird. Sovan rubbed the bridge of her nose. Her head felt strange. 4 shook her head. I don't even want to know what you just did. Are those? Sovan trailed off as she righted herself. She'd fallen on her side into a pile of dead, red star-shaped leaves. The memory trees? Yes. 4 closed her eyes and touched her trunk to the trunk of one of those massive trees. Patterns illuminated on its bark as symbols flashed and faded, matching the ones flickering on Four's hide. This is where you store all the memories you take. Sovan felt like jumping up and down in triumph. At last, she could reclaim her lost memories. She just had to find the tree that had them. Yes, we can't hold them all, nor would we want to. They aren't ours. They belong to the trees. They remember everyone who has ever lived. Four sounded reverent as she backed away after giving the enormous tree another pat. Nothing is ever truly lost, just out of reach sometimes. How do I access them? Sovan extended her hand, but stopped when it was a fraction of an inch from the memory tree, in case there was some ritual or protocol to reverse the flow. After all, she didn't want to make a deposit, just a withdrawal. You don't, said His Imperiousness. Her guardian angel stepped out from behind one of the memory trees, startling Sovan. So this is where he'd been hiding. Why here? Chapter 27. A Fight to Remember. Since this was the last place Sovan had expected to find her guardian angel, she stood there staring at him. Why was he here? It just didn't fit. You shouldn't be here, Four said, not helping matters. Guardian angels don't belong in this place. Relax, I'm only here to stop my charge from making a grave mistake. His Imperiousness glared at Sovan, snapping her out of her whirling thoughts. Nice pun, but you're still not the boss of me. Sovan folded her arms. Instead of communing with a possibly sentient tree and risking what memories she'd regained, she could interrogate her guardian angel. He did like to talk. Are you here to take me back to the gray between? That was the plan until you brought her along. He gestured to Four, who was still bristling at his presence. What changed your mind? There was something off about His Imperiousness. Like every other angel Sovan had met, his wings were stowed somewhere out of sight either by an illusion or because a pocket dimension had swallowed them. It could go either way with angels. Amnesians never forget, he said. Now, someone other than a couple of high-ranking angels knew he'd deserted his post. A sulk they could forgive, but he'd either done something far worse or was planning to. Please, not to my brother, you better not have harmed him. Sovan clenched her fists as she backed up another step, and so did Four. The pachyderm shot her a look that said, keep him talking. That wasn't a bad idea, since their portal back to the gray between had disappeared. There was nowhere else to go, and no hope of any backup. He might not have done whatever he was planning to do yet. There might still be time to stop him if I can figure out his plan before he executes it. Sovan narrowed her eyes at His Imperiousness, Malachiah. What are you up to? What don't you want me to remember? Maybe it was this place of memories, but bits and pieces floated back to Sovan. Like the 3 times she'd seen angels with flaming wings. My wings weren't on fire when they first grew in, and neither Miss Raya nor Shonofar commented on that. So fiery wings weren't standard equipment for angels. What about demons? Sovan felt like slapping herself because Faye had all but spelled it out for her. When are guardian angels assigned? At conception? At birth. Malachiah nodded when her eyes widened. Sovan circled left, hoping His Imperiousness would follow her. There was more space for that fight she felt coming over there, and fewer saplings to endanger. When you showed up to take charge of me, you found the demon's mark already there. He nodded, and his hand hovered over a fold in his tattered robes. Sovan mentally tagged that spot as somewhere to watch. Might that be where your sword's hiding? Damn, I have no weapons at all, not even a spark of magic. Then what? Did my marked state endanger your next promotion? His eyes narrowed. She'd scored a direct hit to his massive ego. Why did you make common cause with that adversary person? Did he make you a better offer? He did, didn't he? What could the adversary offer that an angel might want? Sovan pummeled her brain for an answer. Faye's voice drifted back to her, likely by design. The woman was the goddess of fate, after all. Mankind has a covenant with the one king that guarantees choice. The goddess hadn't said anything about angels or any other beings. Could that be it? Sovan took a chance that it was. You wanted freedom. Yes, I'd grown weary of guarding mortals. How can I guide them when they don't listen? Do you know what it's like living lifetime after lifetime after lifetime watching different souls repeat the same mistakes? And I can do nothing to stop the monotony. Malachiah raked her with a sneer, as his hand curled around the sword hilt winking into sight at his hip, but he didn't draw it. Then you came along. You were the perfect out, or I should say entrance. People listen to demons. They don't listen to angels. Then what am I doing? Aren't I listening to an angel? Sovan planted her fists on her hips. Not anymore, he roared. Fire engulfed his wings, but his sword when he drew it stayed as black as coal, and a sulphurous smoke wafted off it. Sovan ran. Without weapons or even wings, she was at a disadvantage. I must keep Malachiah occupied until someone comes looking for me. Because someone would come. I haven't been allowed to wander around for long without a minder or an attempted kidnapping. I just need to hold on until help arrives or I find a way to gain the upper hand. Sovan put another tree between her and Malachiah. He was too quiet. No helpful branches pointed out his pursuit or tripped him up either. Where was that sylvan help her twin had gotten? I better goad him again. I don't want him losing interest in me and herring off after my brother. Because that's who the adversary must want, not powerless me. But doubts niggled at her. A lot of entities had gone to a lot of trouble on her behalf. Would they have done that if she was as insignificant as she'd assumed? Sovan left that scary thought alone. The proposition was too frightening to contemplate, and there was only one way to disprove it. I hope you're more durable than you look. Sovan patted the tree. It gave no sign it had hurt her. Probably it hadn't. Where was Four? She'd lost sight of the Amnesian in this forest of massive trunks, and it didn't seem like a good idea to call her right now. Did you sick that demon on my brother to flush me out? I'll bet you couldn't find me when I was being a good ghost and drifting in a forgetful fog. No, he couldn't, Four said, but her voice came from a long way off. Was that Amnesian hiding or helping? You knew? Of course you knew. You had my memories. You knew everything. Why didn't you tell someone? Sovan asked. She forgot all about her goal of goading him because of this. Four didn't answer, but memory did, or maybe it was the tree Sovan leaned against. Shonofar didn't recognize the gray between when they arrived there. She even said she hadn't been there in a long time. And in the dead city, Eversong? I didn't see any souls or angels because I was on the wrong frequency. That was why no one had reported Malachiah. No one except Four and her people had seen what he was doing. And they're forbidden to interfere, the tree whispered back, startling Sovan out of cover, and there was a fist flying toward her face. Ouch! Her nose crunched, and Sovan rocked back on her heels, slamming her invisible wings into a tree. She screamed and choked on the lavender blood dripping down her smarting face. It glowed, of course, because non-glowing purple blood wasn't fantastic or illogical enough. Malachiah stared at his fist covered in horrified fascination, then he licked her lavender blood off his knuckles. Rage twisted his face and reddened his skin to match his flaming wings. What are you? Your worst nightmare. Sovan kicked him in the groin and screamed when her foot collided with cold, hard iron. She hopped aside on her good foot, her eyes tearing and her foot throbbing. She might have made it if Malachi hadn't seized a handful of her hair. It had grown like the rest of her, thankfully only 1 inch per year she'd lost. And it had been shoulder length to start with. So, her long dark hair made a convenient handle. "You'll make a perfect present for my lord and master." Malachi jerked Sovan's hair, pulling her back to him. "So, the plan wasn't to give him my brother?" "Of course it was. He's got a rare magical gift just right for exploitation, and with your help, it'll be easy to sway him to our side." "No, I'll never help you." Sovan clawed at his hands to no effect. Malachi yanked hard on her hair again, and Sovan fell on her butt. She scrambled aside as a gray shape barreled out of the shadows. Four plowed into Malachi, and he went down finally. "Run," said the Amnesian. "I'll hold him here as long as I can, but that won't be for long." Sovan nodded, but Malachi was already rising. Fates damn him and the armor under his robes. He wasn't even hurt, just annoyed. Four charged again before Malachi did more than gain his knees, and she knocked him down. "Go," Four said. Sovan didn't need to be told twice. "Where can I go?" There was nowhere to hide except behind those giant trees, and that would only work if she was mobile. But oh God, did she hurt? Who wore metal underwear? "Oh fate, I think I broke my foot." Her foot throbbed, her wings ached, and her nose ached. But Sovan gritted her teeth and crawled until the grunts and thuds cut off. "Is the fight over? Is Four okay?" There was no way to tell without sacrificing her cover, so Sovan burrowed into a deep blanket of spent leaves and covered herself in withered red stars. Each leaf she touched sparked images in her mind's eye of times long past, but they were only flickering fragments. Sovan ignored them, as she threw more handfuls of leaves to cover her back, and those images faded from her mind. Where had the rest of the memories gone when these leaves had fallen? Were they gone for good? I hope not. Sovan lay on at least 4 feet of decaying red leaves, compacted down to form a solid surface, and each leaf held a lifetime's worth of memories. "No," whispered the tree beside her in a flat tone devoid of inflection or personality. The memory tree doing the talking was wider than Sovan was tall, making it the perfect shield for her injured side. A root poked out of the leaves and pointed to the saplings to her left. Ah, so the old memories feed the new memory trees, and they are restored. Yes, history tends to repeat itself. Lives must be recatalogued and the space reallocated. All that information must be retrievable and never lost or degraded. That was comforting to know, but nothing in that explanation offered Sovan a clue, a plan, or a helping hand. And Malachi was prowling around on cat feet. "Thank you for explaining, but could you warn me if a certain angel draws near? How about tossing a little help my way? A fight here might damage you or your precious information." Sovan listened hard, but the answer when it came was long in coming and not helpful. "Insufficient data. Query terminated." "I'll take that as a no." Sovan rested her cheek on her arm and considered the only option she had left. If Malachi came within reach, she could seize his ankle and trip him. Then he'd be on the ground with her. And then what? She couldn't run away. Not when she could barely hobble. Even if she knocked him down, he'd still have the advantage unless Four had managed to hurt him. But that might be too much to hope for. He was tougher than his rangy appearance suggested, and far more dangerous. "Sovan?" Malachi called. "Come out. Don't make this harder than it needs to be. I don't need to hurt you, but I will until you surrender, or I render you unconscious." His threat echoed in her memory, but someone else had already played that card. Then she'd had her brother and his magic to protect her. Sovan swallowed. Her throat was tight and dry from fear and maybe thirst too. Did angels get hungry or thirsty? She might never find out if she didn't find some way to escape him. He called her name again. He was closer now, how much so Sovan couldn't tell because his sandals made no sound. So unfair. Was he hovering, hummingbird style or something? How could anyone move that stealthily across a blanket of crinkling leaves, 4 and 5 feet deep in places? Is he homing in on me through that bond we're supposed to have? A bond she had yet to locate. While she lay on her belly, Sovan gave finding that link another try, but all she found was the bond to her brother, and he was still in circle drawing mode. A hazy spell shaped itself in his mind, and it passed through the bond to her, along with additional information about his status. Sovan bit back a laugh when she realized he had a bum ankle, and she had a bum foot. We make such a pair, bro. I wish you were here, or I had some training. Sovan? Miss Raya, she whispered, nearly dropping the link. Who else would I be talking to? Why are you in such pain? Waves of it keep washing through the link, and it's taking all my power to keep it from affecting your brother. What's going on? Miss Raya's voice faded out as the angel paged through her recent memories. Who knew angels could do that? Oh my God, hang on, little sister. I'll summon help. Actually, I'm the big sister. I was born first, and you must show me how you read my mind. That's such a useful trick. Miss Raya ignored her comment. Please believe me, I didn't know about Malakaya, or I never would have left you. Neither would Shonofar. She'll be so pissed when she finds out about this. Hang in there. Miss Raya? How do I fight a fallen angel? Because that's what Malakaya was now. Miss Raya? Sovan asked again, but the guardian angel was gone. There was only silence from the link, and a vague sense her brother was still among the living, but that was it. At least help was on the wing. Would it arrive in time, though? Malakaya stalked silently through the forest, but what was For doing? Had she opened a portal and left? The Amnesian had been here many times before, so she must have a way to travel back and forth between this grove and the gray between. Maybe she went to summon help. Sovan laughed at the thought of a pack of memory eaters coming to rescue her, and muffled the gales of laughter, shaking her thin shoulders with her hand. It felt good to laugh. It took her mind off the barking pain every movement caused. The leaves to her immediate left shifted as a gold sandal squashed them a mere inch from her face. She'd get one chance at this. Sovan readied herself, but she must have made a noise because a hand plunged into the leaves. Malakaya seized her arm and yanked her up. She came up swinging, and her wild shot connected with his face. Bones crunched, and a purplish ichor so dark it was nearly black flowed down his crimson face. His incisors had lengthened until they could curve over his bottom lip, and that wasn't a good look for him. Malakaya dropped her, and her good foot was ready to support her, but it didn't get the chance. A branch wrapped around her forearm and yanked. Sovan kicked the air as the tree lifted her. Please don't open a giant eye and stare at me. I've had enough of that on this trip. The tree just kept raising her until she reached its crown. Red leaves exploded from every branch. When they brushed her skin, memories filled her mind, but they didn't belong to her or anyone else, Sovan knew, so they slipped away before she got more than a glimpse. The branch deposited her on a branch, and Sovan stared at a red horizon. There was an uncountable number of trees spanning from horizon to horizon in this world between worlds. Why are you here? You're disturbing the peace, said a red-haired angel who winked into view on a branch across from Sovan. Ha! I said. Sovan waved a hand to forestall the redhead. You're not the help Miss Raya mentioned, are you? You know Miss Raya? She's a friend of mine. Tell me how she's getting on. I haven't seen her in ages. We angels of places don't get around much. Later, right now we have a problem. Said problem burst through the canopy in all his fiery glory. Leaves tore free from his passage and rained down. They smoked, but their enchantment snuffed out the flames before they could form. Hopefully, he hadn't damaged the trees or the precious information they stored. Who knew if there was a backup system in place? A demon. Be gone. Red snapped out her white wings, which didn't glow or flame up, and she lunged after Malachi. They collided in a spray of feathers and rolled through the wine-colored sky, grappling for control. This place isn't in Shiari or anywhere in my world. The sky is all wrong for that. Sovan wondered where it was. The demon and the red-headed angel traded lightning-fast blows, and the fight dizzied Sovan until the two flyers broke apart. Red looked a little singed around the edges and her hair stood on end, but other than that, she wasn't bleeding. Maybe she was a match for the demon. I'm not here for you. I came for her. Malachi pointed at Sovan and threw a punch at Red. She dodged and threw one in return. He dodged. That's how I kept escaping, Sovan said. As she'd hoped, Malachi glanced at her, not at Red, and that angel socked him in the gut while he was distracted. But he'd armored that area too, so Red's fist crunched as the bones in her hand broke. Before she could scream, Malachi seized her shoulders and slammed her forehead into the breastplate under his white and purple robe. Red went limp and dropped from his grip, but a branch caught her before she fell too far, and both vanished below the canopy. Sovan clung to the branch she lay on as the wind pulled at her robe. Did your deal with the adversary corrupt this bond we're supposed to have, or did you find a way to slip that leash, with his help? It was the latter. Malachi's stormy expression made that clear. That explained why Sovan couldn't find that link, it didn't exist anymore. Then Malachi couldn't use it to track her. Now, I just need to get down from this tree without hurting myself. You refused to do what you were supposed to do. You left me with no options. Malachi pointed at her. What? His sudden volubility had knocked Sovan for a mental loop. She hadn't expected that. He spread his arms to encompass the sky. I'm meant for bigger things. But you don't care that I'm one assignment away from Archangel Hood. Now, things were getting a little clearer. The night I died, that shadow thing was the adversary coming to collect me, wasn't it? You tried to fast-track me into the devil's hands so you could move up the ranks. You were the fiery thing dragging me kicking and screaming from my room. And the devil's minion collided with you on purpose. That was supposed to sever the bond between us. But it didn't cut it in time, did it? You were sucked into the gray between with me instead. Sovan clenched her fists, but her anger had no outlet because she couldn't punch him unless someone unbound her wings. Does it matter anymore? What's done is done. So long as no one remembers, I can still go home and get that promotion. Malachi planted his fists on his hips. His wings beat the air, keeping him aloft with ease. He hovered over her. Of course it matters. When I kick your butt back to the Big Bang, I want to know I'm paying you back for all of it. Though she'd have to take a rain check on that until her foot healed and someone unsealed her wings. Unless there was something she could use as a weapon. Sovan patted her pockets down. If Malachi noticed, he gave no sign. He thought he'd beaten her. For what it's worth, I discovered what the adversary did after you were born. But there was nothing I could do. The die was already cast. He shook his head. But that sympathy was just an act, and a transparent one at that. He was too self-involved to care one iota about her. Had he always been that selfish, or was that a recent conversion? So, you took advantage of a bad situation and made it worse? You're a real devil. You and this adversary deserve each other. And if he wasn't floating above her, holding out his hand to accept the smoking black sword shooting through the canopy, Sovan would have spat on him. You were supposed to be the adversary's vessel, so he could incarnate. The blade settled into his hand, and Malachi raised it. Purplish energy coiled around it like a dim bolt of lightning. What was he up to now? Nothing good if the glare he cut her was any indication. He planned to possess you. How did you stop him? I didn't, but a vial of angel's blood did. Sovan felt the crabapple in her pocket. The one fate had given her. It hadn't come with any instructions though. What am I supposed to do with this? Faye hadn't said. Likely, that was on purpose. Sovan patted the small apple through the thin fabric of her pocket. That would do it. I'm almost sorry to do this after you worked so hard and came so far. But I can't have anyone remembering. Malachi shrugged, as if her death was of no consequence in the grand scheme of things. Well, it was a big deal for her. What are you? Sovan began to ask as that weird purplish-brown energy spiraled out from the tip of his blade. In response, the wine-colored sky blackened and spun into a vortex. Uh-oh. I don't like the looks of that. Around them, the tops of the memory trees glowed a soothing pinkish red. Malachi rotated in the eye of that maelstrom. His fiery wings beat Hummingbird fast, becoming a red-orange blur as he pulled something from his pocket. It was a metal thing made of so many tiny whirring parts, Sovan couldn't see them all. Malachi tossed the metal thing at her. It landed on her lap. Sovan stared at the agent of chaos, and the clockwork roach rubbed its hind legs together. If she swatted it away, it would land on a memory tree. From there, it could destroy the collective history of her world. But if she left it in place, it would bite her. What would happen then? Would it erase her and leave only memories to mark her brief but turbulent existence? What if I fed it fate's apple? It was worth a shot, so Sovan felt for that apple, certain it was the key. Ouch. The agent of chaos bit through her robe and injected its cold numbness into her thigh, and the world started to slip away from her. I love you, Sarn. I'm sorry I couldn't save you or your son. And I'm sorry I didn't act fast enough to save myself. I guess I'm not warrior princess material after all. But there was one thing she could still do. Sovan grasped that metal tick feeding on her essence and ripped its proboscis out of her skin. She ignored the pain and the lavender blood gushing from the wound, and threw it. Her aim didn't have to be true. That creature's carapace split, revealing a set of glittering wings. Malachi screamed as she tumbled off the branch. I'll see you in oblivion, demon. Thunder clapped and a gust of wind shook the trees. Hopefully, that agent of chaos disrupted whatever Malachi was doing. If not, then maybe it would keep that spell from completing until the promised help arrived, or maybe not since everything was darkening. Sovan clung to that link to her twin. It was her lifeline, and her heart's destination lay at its other end. A branch caught Sovan, arresting her fall, but she was fading into that bond. Maybe this time, it would let her cross over to him. Then we can finally be one, as we were always meant to be. And bonus. I'll get to finally hug your son, and kick the butt of the demon who's harassing you. It was the perfect plan, and Sovan grinned as the canopy became a blackening smear above her. Oh no you don't. You've done enough damage, Misraya said. Her hands closed like iron manacles around Sovan's upper arms, as the guardian angel manifested from that link. Hang on. You can't die on me yet. You have a lot of explaining to do, and one unholy mess to help me contain. So snap out of it. I need your help. Fight whatever that stuff is that's turning you blue. By the way, blue isn't your color. Fight it, girl. Sovan felt like laughing at the absurdity of Misraya's rant and hugging the determined angel. Malachi's screams cut off suddenly as the clicking of a million metal feet resounded. Oh my stars and bars, Sovan, what did you do? Miss Raya shook her harder than necessary. I damned my guardian angel turned demon, to the same fate he dished out to me. It seemed fitting at the time. Sovan tilted her head back, but her sight had contracted to a dim flashing red light. Framed in its heart was a miniature version of Faye. The red-obsessed goddess had both hands planted on her hips. The rest of her was growing fuzzier by the second. Aren't you forgetting something, like a certain gift? Oh right, Sovan fumbled for it in her pocket, but she couldn't feel her hands or her arms anymore. Did she still have a body? Am I heading back to the gray between? How could she tell? Her body felt like it was disintegrating into the winds whipping out of that vortex. I wonder what's at the mouth of that funnel cloud? Probably something nasty considering who made it. Must I do everything myself? Faye's blurry image muttered. I swear, you baby immortals require far too much coddling these days. Is that Leaf talking? Miss Raya asked. Yes, now be a dear and feed this dolt the special apple I gave her. She was supposed to consume it before she came here, but it should work after the bite too. What apple? The one in her pocket. It's a concentrated dose of creation, just what a fading body needs. I need to go now since I've said my piece. I'm stressing the balance by being here. Good luck with the catastrophe, Angel Girl Unleashed. See you around. Faye winked out, and everything went black. This story continues in His Angelic Keeper Hidden. Get it now at melindakucsera.com/his-angelic-keeper-hidden. Read on for a word from our heroine. The Last Argument of a Ghost. Hello again, readers. I hope you enjoyed my story. My adventure continues in His Angelic Keeper, Hidden, because my tale was too big to fit in the boxed set, Angels and Magic, for which it was commissioned. They had this pesky word limit thing, but my fast-paced adventure blew right past it because certain angels kept dragging me off for tete-a-tetes instead of letting me get on with my primary mission. The nerve of them, right? I also appear in Cursebreaker Enchanted, which tells my brother's tale, and as a special bonus you get to meet my nephew. Cursebreaker Falls. I help my brother and his son evade the bad guys and offer up valuable insights I picked up on my jaunts between worlds. Cursebreaker Sundered. I finally get some quality time with my nephew while I'm saving his little butt. Cursebreaker Hidden. Sarn can't get his magic back without my help because I am that awesome. Get all 4 of the books starring my brother and nephew that launched my angelic career in one convenient boxed set. Then get ready to find out if I earn my halo and sword, and what exactly I wrought when I tossed that agent of chaos into the spell my personal demon was casting. Yeah, that wasn't one of my better ideas. Find out what happens in His Angelic Keeper, Hidden, Book 2 of a brand new series starring me. I earned it. Sovan, sister of Sarn and a guardian angel in training, I think. P.S. You can keep in touch with me and enjoy free weekly adventures narrated by my nephew right in your inbox. Just go to www.mkucsera.com/welcome-characters to sign up. We're also on Patreon, and we offer a lot of goodies to thank you for supporting us. Join our community of fantasy fans now on Patreon at www.patreon.com/melindakucsera to get copies of our books before anyone else and exclusive content. Memoriam. This book is dedicated to my sister Carolyn, who died in 2014 at the age of 29. Before she died, she requested I publish the Cursebreaker series. This book owes its existence to that promise. I hope Amazon delivers to heaven, because it's chock full of her favorite colors and tropes. So polish your halo and fluff out your wings, sis, because this is just the beginning. Melinda Kay. About the author. Melinda Kusira writes fantastic short stories, novels, and books when not being kidnapped by dragons or chased by armies of fictional creatures. We do, on occasion, rescue her. She leaves the running of her newsletter to a cast of lovable characters who hog her inbox. Enough about her, it's us you're interested in, her cast of characters. Join us every week for a new story at mkucsera.com/welcomecharacters. Let us take over your inbox. We promise to behave. Read more from Melinda Kusira. melindakucsera.com/the-curse-breaker-saga